For many, a wheelchair is more than just a device. It is a vital tool for independence and bridge to the world. It transforms personal mobility, allowing persons with disabilities to engage in their daily endeavors on their own terms.
When we make spaces accessible, we are not making it just for the persons with disabilities. We are empowering whole families, communities, and the society at large.
There's a long journey with disability inclusion. The question is, are you part of it?
We understand the challenges that you go through, but having that wheelchair, that is your freedom, that is your privacy.
Join us this Saturday as we remind our community to not only build for one, but build for everyone. I'll see you then.
Hebu fikiria environment kama hii hapa Western Kenya. Eti mtu atatoka hapa aende Nairobi kusoma university to conquer the world. Mimi Andrew nitahakikisha hiyo ndoto imezimwa. Tazama hayo yote kwa Gundu KBC Tuesday to Thursday 7:30 p.m. Leo sio kesho.
A continent full of potential, a future full of possibility. The time is now. This May, the world watches Nairobi as Africa and France come together for innovation, growth, and the partnerships that will define our tomorrow. This is the Africa Forward Summit. On May 11th, KBC and Y254 go live from the University of Nairobi for the Africa Forward Business Forum, where 1,500 leaders, CEOs, and young entrepreneurs connect for green growth, AI, and investment. Then on May 12th, we take you live to the Kenyatta International Convention Center for the main Heads of State Summit, with the main focus being green industrialization and energy transition, reform of the international financial architecture, blue economy, sustainable agriculture, peace and security. Africa Forward Summit, live on KBC Channel 1 and Y254. Don't miss it.
Nairobi, your time is now. Masani ya kutoka blog na KBC imeamua lazima uomoke. Tutakuwa tunakaa mtaa yako kukuomosha very fast. Jibu maswali zangu 3 tuoneka kweli wewe ni true fan wa KBC Channel 1. Na ukizipata 25k ni yako. So make sure una watch KBC Channel 1. Alafu kinicheki kwa streets. Niulize kana kuomosha leo. Omoka na KBC Channel 1. Wanga bad ni mbaya.
Dial *524# today. If you believe you're the smartest and you deserve a spot on the Bongo Quiz show, play now. You can test your skills by playing Bongo Quiz, Bongo Express, or Bible Study. There's a million questions from different categories to be answered. Dial *524# and test your skills.
Ahlan sahlan marhaba mpenzi mtazamaji, assalamu alaikum popote pale ulipo. Ni matumaini yetu kwamba umeshinda vyema. Hujambo na karibu kwenye darubini ya Channel 1.
Na mtazamaji, ni tarehe 7 mwezi wa 5 mwaka 2026, tarehe 7 ikiashiria ukamilisho, na kwa moyo mkunjufu tunakukaribisha kwenye taarifa zetu za darubini siku ya Alhamisi ya leo. Kuna mengi ambayo tumekuandalia mtazamaji.
Na mtazamaji, bila shaka kwanza tunafaa kwenda kwenye vidokezo, lakini kabla hapo kuna kidokezo ulikuwa unataka kunipa ama kuna habari ulikuwa unataka kuniambia leo?
Wajua balo chakula hata cha leo kimeanza kupikwa tangu asubuhi. Sasa itabidi ukue mpole, chakula kipikwe, alafu baadaye nitakupakulia wewe na mtazamaji.
Bila shaka mtazamaji, sasa tupate vidokezo. Rais William Ruto ahimiza wazi kwenye matumizi ya fedha katika shule za umma. Mtu mmoja afariki kufuatia maporomoko ya ardhi katika kaunti ya Murang'a, huku mvua kubwa ikitarajiwa kuendelea kunyesha. Kampuni ya Safaricom inakili faida ya shilingi bilioni 73.7 katika kipindi cha mwaka mmoja. Karibu mtazamaji, mimi ni Ahmed Jumabalo na mwenzetu wa upande wa lugha ishara ni Caroline Njoroge.
Karibu mtazamaji, mimi ni Gladys Mungai. Na
kiongozi wa taifa Rais William Ruto ameipa Wizara ya Elimu muda wa miezi miwili kuhifadhi rekodi za wanafunzi, walimu na shule katika mfumo wa dijitali ili kuimarisha wajibikaji na kukabiliana na kupotea kwa pesa kutokana na wanafunzi na shule hewa.
Akizungumza wakati wa ufunguzi wa kongamano la pili la kitaifa kuhusiana na elimu mjini Naivasha, Ruto pia alitetea utumiaji wa programu ya e-Citizen kwa malipo ya karo za shule badala ya pesa taslimu ili kuhakikisha uwazi na kuwezesha kufuatiliwa kwa pesa hizo.
Becomes a very central part of delivering on education, because the resources we are allocating, the public taxes that we allocate to education, 700 billion shillings is a lot of money, and integrity must be front and center in us delivering on education and making sure that we can account to the Kenyan public on the resources we are spending in education.
Na mtazamaji, tukiachana na hayo, Rais William Ruto amempongeza Jaji Mohamed Warsame kuwa jaji wa 14 wa mahakama ya upeo humu nchini, akisema kwamba ana hekima na uadilifu wake wa kutosha na atatekeleza jukumu muhimu katika kuimarisha imani ya umma katika utekelezaji wa sheria.
Jaji Warsame aliapishwa leo kuwa jaji wa mahakama ya upeo katika ikulu ya Nairobi.
Rais Ruto pia alishuhudia kuapishwa kwa mawakili waliopandishwa hadhi ambao ni Evans Thiga Gaturu na Jidaida Wakonyo wa Ruhiu.
Rais alisema kuwa kwa vile mahakama ya upeo ndio taasisi kuu ya idara ya mahakama humu nchini, ndio inayolinda katiba na kupatanisha masuala makuu ya kisheria na kikatiba nchini bila kuegemea upande wowote.
Mohamed Abdullahi Warsame, a judge of the Supreme Court, do swear in the name of the Almighty God to diligently serve the people and the Republic of Kenya.
Through landmark judgments, advisory opinions rendered during moments of national uncertainty, and jurisprudence that has strengthened the foundations of our democracy, the Supreme Court has continuously sought to ensure that justice prevails for every Kenyan without fear or favor. As you join your 6 colleagues on the bench, you now assume the solemn responsibility of preserving the court's distinguished institutional heritage.
Na kwingineko, chama cha UDA kinachoongozwa na Rais William Ruto kinatarajiwa kuandaa uchaguzi wa mchujo hapo kesho ili kumteua mgombea wake wa kuwania kiti cha ubunge wa eneo la Olkalau.
Vifaa vya uchaguzi huo viliwasili mjini Olkalau na kuhifadhiwa katika kituo cha polisi cha Olkalau. Hii ni kabla ya shughuli hiyo itakayofanyika kesho. Chama cha DCP kinachohusishwa na aliyekuwa naibu Rais Rigathi Gachagua pia kinatarajiwa kufanya uchaguzi wake wa mchujo siku ya Jumamosi.
Kinyang'anyiro cha kiti cha ubunge cha Olkalau kinachopangiwa kufanyika tarehe 16 mwezi Julai kinazidi kushika kasi, huku vyama vya kisiasa vikianza kuwachagua wagombea wao. Chama tawala cha UDA leo kilisafirisha vifaa vya uteuzi kabla ya shughuli hiyo hapo kesho.
By 4 a.m. in the morning we are going to dispatch all the gadgets to the respective polling centers. And then in the evening after the voting has ended, we are going to establish we are working on establishing a tallying center.
Ikizungumza baada ya kupokea vifaa hivyo, bodi ya uchaguzi ya chama cha UDA iliwahakikishia wanachama wake kwa shughuli hiyo itakuwa ya haki, huru na yenye uwazi.
Hii system tunatumia inahitaji mwenye kitambulisho ajipeleke katika polling center, kwa sababu sisi tunapigisha kura kulingana na system ambayo inahitaji yule mwenye kitambulisho apeleke kitambulisho yake pale in person na itakuwa scanned na ile gadget yetu.
Sisi kama chama hatuna a preferred candidate. Tunataka watu wote wa Olkalau waweze kudecide wao wenyewe wanataka nani achukue hii tikiti ya chama cha UDA.
Kulingana na UDA, shughuli hiyo itaanza saa 1 asubuhi na kukamilika saa 11 jioni. Chama cha Rigathi Gachagua DCP pia kinatarajiwa kufanya uchaguzi wake wa mchujo siku ya Jumamosi.
Ballot papers ya DCP iko safe, iko na enough security features. Uchaguzi itasimamiwa kama ya IBC. Kila mtu atoke nyumbani aende achague yule ambaye anampenda, ambaye ndio atapeperusha bendera ya DCP.
Uchaguzi huo mdogo wa mwezi Julai unalenga kujaza nafasi iliyoachwa wazi kufuatia kifo cha aliyekuwa mbunge wa eneo hilo David Kiraho mwezi Machi.
Wakuje kwa nomination ya DCP ambaye itakuwa free and fair, mtoe kiongozi moja ambaye atapeperusha bendera.
Wakati huo huo, chama kipya cha kisiasa cha Msingi wa Taifa kimeshtumu matumizi ya wahuni kwa manufaa ya kisiasa.
Hatutaweza kusikiliza serikali ikisema kuna goons katika nchi ya Kenya, kwa sababu jukumu la security ya kila Mkenya, kuwe na uchaguzi kusiwe na uchaguzi, iko mikononi na mabega ya serikali. Kwa hivyo hiyo tunataka serikali iwe usukani na kusiwe na blame game ya kusema ni upinzani wanafanya hiyo kazi. Tunataka serikali itumie institution zake, ile vyombo vyake tekelezi ambazo inatumia kama askari.
Maafisa wa chama hicho pia wanaitaka tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka IBC kuongeza muda wa shughuli ya usajili wa wapiga kura iliyokamilika hivi majuzi. Giverson Maina, Darubini.
Kwingineko mtazamaji, ni kwamba Wizara ya Mashauri ya Nchi za Kigeni na Masuala ya Ughaibuni imeutaja ufadhili finyu kuwa changamoto kuu inayotatiza jitihada za kuwalinda Wakenya walioko katika nchi za kigeni.
Akizungumza alipofika mbele ya kamati ya bunge la Seneti kuhusu uhamiaji unaosababishwa na ukosefu wa ajira, waziri mwenye mamlaka makuu Musalia Mudavadi alisema ubalozi wa Kenya jijini Moscow nchini Urusi una maafisa 6 ambao hawana nyumba za kuwapa hifadhi wa Kenya waliookolewa kutoka kwenye vita kati ya Urusi na Ukraine.
Serikali sasa inategemea mazungumzo kati ya Kenya na wanajeshi wa Urusi kuwarejesha nyumbani raia hao wa taifa hili wapatao 271 waliokwama vitani.
Kamati ya bunge la Seneti kuhusu uhamiaji wa kutafuta kazi ilialika Wizara ya Mashauri ya Nchi za Kigeni na Masuala ya Ughaibuni kufafanua hatua zinazochukuliwa na serikali kuangamiza shughuli za udanganyifu za kuwasajili wa Kenya kujiunga na jeshi la Urusi. Waziri mwenye mamlaka makuu Musalia Mudavadi alizitaja ukosefu wa ufadhili wa kutosha wa mabalozi pamoja na ukosefu wa nyumba za kuwapa hifadhi wa Kenya wanaojipata matatani kuwa changamoto kuu zinazohujumu jitihada za serikali katika kuwalinda raia wa taifa hili walio katika nchi za kigeni.
we have not been seeing substantial resource allocation for this kind of interventions. In the law, we even proposed to set up a welfare fund, diaspora welfare fund, to help create some resource for this kind of interventions.
Wizara ya Mashauri ya Nchi za Kigeni ilikiri kuwa haina uwezo wa kufuatilia ajira za Wakenya waliosajiliwa na kutia saini kwa kutumia akili hunde, wakifahamu kuwa watashiriki kwenye vita kati ya Urusi na Ukraine.
This is a new phenomenon. The large number of Kenyans in the diaspora, and it continues to grow. Therefore, as it grows, we must anticipate increased challenges.
It would be good for Kenyans for you to intervene and tell the president, for example, hey, even as we are dishing 10,000 each to each teacher whom we have hosted here, our foreign missions are suffering.
Miezi miwili iliyopita, waziri huyo mwenye mamlaka makuu aliongoza ujumbe wa taifa hili jijini Moscow, ambako Kenya na Urusi zilijitolea kuwa kutakuwa tena na Wakenya watakaojiunga na vita hivyo. Maseneta waliibua maswali kuhusu makubaliano ya mataifa hayo mawili, ikiwa Wakenya wanaendelea kusajiliwa kujiunga na vita hivyo.
Since these Kenyans were caught up on the front line from the Russian perspective and they are captured, we also want the Russian Federation to include them when there's a prisoner exchange as one way of ensuring that those Kenyans can come back.
Gishuke Washira, Darubini.
Karibu.
Na mtazamaji, ni wakati wa kupata pumziko fupi, tunakuomba usende mbali.
Wakenya, ni wakati mwingine wa kuhakikisha kuwa umefile KRA returns. Je, uko rada una challenge yoyote? Usiwe na shaka. KRA wakishirikiana na KBC Channel 1 wanakuja hapo ulipo kusaidia kufile returns na kulipia ushuru wako. Jiunge na msafara wa KRA Roadshow, uwe fiti mambo ya returns. Ijumaa tarehe 8 mwezi Mei tunazuru eneo la Kiambu kuanzia Kikuyu, Limuru, Kimende, Kagwi, Githunguri, Kiambu Town, Banana na kisha tumalizie Ruaka. Tarehe 30 Juni iko mlangoni. Usingoje hadi dakika za mwisho. File KRA returns mapema. Ishi bila stress. Jijue, jibeta. KRA, tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee.
Karibu mtazamaji na asante sana kwa kuendelea kutazama.
Mtu mmoja ameaga dunia huku mamia ya wengine wakiachwa bila makazi kufuatia maporomoko ya ardhi katika kijiji cha Gathungu, eneo la Mathioya, kaunti ya Murang'a.
Naibu kamishna wa kaunti ya Mathioya, Evelyn Matu, alisema kwamba zaidi ya watu 100 wamepoteza makazi na wanahifadhiwa kwenye maeneo salama.
Kisa hicho kinajiri huku idara ya utabiri wa hali ya anga ikitoa tahadhari kwamba mvua kubwa itaendelea kunyesha humu nchini kwa juma jingine.
Kijiji cha Gathungu, kaunti ya Murang'a, mvua kubwa imewafadhaisha wakazi. Mtu mmoja ameaga dunia huku wengine wakipoteza makazi kufuatia mvua hiyo kubwa.
Boma yao ambapo kijana wao mmoja alikuwa amelala usiku iliweza kufagiliwa na matope ambayo ilitokana na mvua. Pande ya juu ilikuja ikafagia nyumba moja ya kulala ambapo kijana alikuwa, na asubuhi ya leo ndio amejulikana na wazazi kwamba alikuja usiku na aliweza kufariki. Na boma yao pia imekuwa affected kwamba nyumba yao imeathirika hawawezi ishi hapa kwa sahi.
Hali hiyo huenda ikakithiri katika siku zijazo, ikizingatia utabiri wa hivi punde wa hali ya anga. Idara ya utabiri wa hali ya anga imesema kuwa maeneo ya nyanda za juu, magharibi na mashariki mwa Rift Valley, eneo la ziwa Victoria, nyanda za juu na za katikati mwa nchi ikiwemo Nairobi, yanatarajiwa kupokea zaidi ya milimita 20 za mvua katika muda wa saa 24. Idara hiyo inaonya kwamba mvua hiyo kubwa huenda ikasababisha mafuriko hasa katika nyanda za chini, hata kwenye maeneo ambayo hayapokei mvua kubwa kwa sasa. Kaunti ambazo huenda zikaathirika ni pamoja na Nairobi, Kiambu, Nakuru, Kisumu, Kakamega, Bungoma, Busia, Nyeri, Murang'a, Embu, Meru, Kirinyaga, Narok, Kericho, Kisii, Migori, Nyamira, Bomet, Uasin Gishu na sehemu za kaunti ya Turkana, Samburu, Kajiado na Machakos miongoni mwa nyingine. Watabiri wa hali ya anga wanasema kuwa mvua hiyo kubwa inatarajiwa kuenea kwenye eneo la kaskazini mwa nchi kabla ya kupungua taratibu kuanzia tarehe 14 mwezi huu. Wakazi sasa wameshauriwa wajiepushe kutembea au kuendesha magari kwenye maji yanayotiririka, kukoma kukaa kwenye maeneo wazi na miti wakati wa ngurumo za radi, hasa kwenye milima ya Aberdare na eneo la Mlima Kenya. Maafisa pia wametoa wito kwa mashirika ya kushughulikia majanga na serikali za kaunti kutahadhari, huku majira ya mvua ya masika ukiendelea humu nchini. Michael Mwandiga, Darubini.
Mtazamaji, leo wanahabari wanaofanya zile taarifa kuhusiana na masuala ya hali ya anga walikuwa na kikao na wajumbe kule bungeni, na katika kikao hicho mtazamaji, ni kwamba bunge limehimizwa kupitisha sheria itakayohakikisha kwamba kutakuwa na kupunguzwa kwa gesi ya methane, uchafuzi wa hewa unaotokana na vivulio na athari nyingine za hewa zinazotokana na gesi zenye madhara.
Wito huo ulitolewa leo wakati wa mjadala kuhusu athari za gesi ya methane humu nchini, ambapo wadau walieleza kufadhaishwa na ongezeko la viwango vya joto linalosababishwa na mabadiliko ya tabia nchi.
Kwenye kikao kilichowaleta pamoja wabunge, watetezi wa mazingira na wanahabari kujadili uchafuzi wa hewa unaotokana na gesi ya methane, watafiti walisema licha ya Kenya na bara Afrika kwa jumla kuchangia kiasi kidogo cha uchafuzi wa mazingira, bara hili ndilo linalosongwa zaidi na athari hizo.
Agriculture is a huge issue, especially in this region, and agricultural productivity is affected by methane emissions. We see asthmatic cases growing, not just in the developed world, but now increasingly much more in the developing world. We see lost labor because of the climate change impacts and methane being a big emitter.
Humu nchini, shughuli ya kukusanya takataka ambayo huchangia kwa kiasi kikubwa gesi ya methane ni jukumu lililogatuliwa. Tani milioni 1.5 za takataka huwa hazishughulikiwi ipasavyo kila mwaka jijini Nairobi, na huwa zinaelekezwa kwenye majalala na mito. Gesi ya methane ambayo hutokana na kuoza kwa takataka hiyo inachangia ongezeko la joto ulimwenguni mara 84 zaidi ya gesi ya kaboni, na hivyo kuifanya hatari zaidi kwa mazingira. Katibu wa bunge la Seneti Jeremiah Nyegenye amesema gesi ya methane inaweza kupunguzwa pale tu serikali za kaunti zitakapohamasishwa na kufadhiliwa kikamilifu pamoja na kuwajibishwa.
Effective representation requires more than formal processes. It requires that citizens understand what the issues at stake are. If our people do not understand methane, they cannot meaningfully address it.
Kinyesi na gesi ya mifugo zinachangia 40% ya gesi ya methane humu nchini. Ili kukabiliana na tatizo hilo, serikali inanuia kupunguza utoaji gesi hiyo kwa 32% ifikapo mwaka 2030 kupitia juhudi za kuboresha lishe ya mifugo na kuongeza matumizi ya gesi inayotokana na kinyesi cha mfugo.
We note that there are a number of regulations and acts already we have, but nothing specific for methane. So I think it's upon Parliament now to really structure specific methane regulations, because we're all riding on the issue of normal climate change.
Mkutano huo ulitumika kama kikao andalizi cha warsha ya mabunge ya bara Afrika kuhusu mabadiliko ya tabia nchi itakayoandaliwa katikati ya mwezi huu jijini Nairobi. Yusufar, Darubini.
Watetezi wa haki za binadamu wamekosoa uamuzi wa mahakama ya rufani ulioharamisha uavyaji mimba, wakisema kuwa umeleta mkanganyiko na hofu miongoni mwa wasichana, wanawake na wahudumu wa afya.
Wamesisitiza kwamba uamuzi huo unaweza kuwazuia baadhi ya wahudumu wa afya kutoa huduma hizo katika visa vya ubakaji, unajisi au pale ambapo maisha ya mwanamke yanapokuwa hatarini.
Pia wameitaka mahakama hiyo kurekebisha uamuzi wake na kudumisha msimamo uliowekwa kwenye katiba kwamba huduma za uavyaji mimba zinapaswa kupatikana kwa wanawake walio katika mazingira yanayohatarisha maisha yao.
Baadhi ya watetezi wa haki za binadamu waliandaa maandamano ya amani leo jijini Nairobi kupinga uamuzi wa mahakama ya rufani uliotolewa tarehe 24 mwezi Aprili mwaka huu uliobainisha kuwa uavyaji mimba si haki ya msingi. Uamuzi huo ulitengua uamuzi wa mwaka 2022 wa mahakama kuu ya Malindi ambao ulikuwa umetambua uavyaji mimba kuwa haki ya msingi pamoja na kulinda haki ya wanawake na wasichana kupata huduma hizi muhimu za afya na kuwalinda hudumu wa afya wanapotoa huduma hizo za uavyaji mimba.
Without that mother, there is no life to that unborn child. So it's unless we protect the life of that mother, it's the only way we can be able to protect our women.
Kundi hilo lilisema kuwa uamuzi huo umeleta mkanganyiko na unaweza kuwanyima wanawake haki ya kupata huduma hizo wakati wa dharura.
There is no medical practitioners and especially at the community level in the grassroots in the informal settlement who will want to risk his life, his career to attend to a woman maybe who is going to seek for post-abortion services.
Pia wameitaka mahakama ya rufani kudumisha msimamo uliowekwa katika katiba kwamba huduma za uavyaji mimba ni haki ya msingi katika mazingira yanayohatarisha maisha.
All we are trying to do, it's unfair, it's unconstitutional, and we are imploring not only the Kenyan people but also Parliament and all the other actors to ensure that such injustices do not stand.
Aidha, waliwasilisha ombi lao kwa Wizara ya Afya, Wizara ya Jinsia na Bunge la Seneti. Kasi cha Namasha, Darubini.
Na kwingineko, Kenya inanuia kutekeleza mageuzi kwenye sekta ya vyama vya akiba na mikopo ili kuimarisha usimamizi, kulinda akiba ya mwanachama na kuboresha ustahimilivu wa kifedha.
Mageuzi hayo yanajumlisha kubuniwa kwa hazina ya dhamana ya akiba itakayolinda fedha za wanachama na mpango wa mkopo wa pamoja unaolenga kuimarisha udhabiti wa sekta hiyo.
Taarifa hii kwa kina ni kwenye kitengo cha kapu la biashara.
Mswada wa marekebisho ya sheria ya vyama vya akiba na mikopo wa mwaka 2025 unalenga kuimarisha utekelezaji wa kanuni za usimamizi, uangalizi na udhabiti wa kifedha wa vyama hivyo. Nia ni kubuni chama cha pamoja cha ushirika kitakachotoa mikopo kwa vyama husika. Hali kadhalika, mswada huo unapendekeza utaratibu wa kulazimisha utoaji leseni na halmashauri ya udhibiti wa vyama vya ushirika na masharti makali ya usimamizi ikiwemo adhabu kali kwa wale watakaokiuka kanuni zilizopo. Waziri wa ushirika Wycliffe Oparanya amesema sheria hiyo itahakikisha kwamba ni vyama vilivyodhabiti pekee vitakavyoendesha shughuli zao humu nchini.
Project reflects a deep understanding of corporate social responsibility, and as the chairman has said, as a corporate social investment, not merely as an obligation, but as a strategic investment in people, in institutions, and the country at large.
Kwingineko, ufadhili unasalia kuwa changamoto kuu inayodidimiza uwekezaji kwenye miradi ya majengo yanayozingatia utunzi wa mazingira. Naibu mkurugenzi katika idara ya ujenzi Kennedy Matheka anasema sera ya serikali ya kutoa vishawishi kwenye sekta hiyo itapiga jeki uwekezaji kwenye miradi hiyo pindi itakapoanza kutekelezwa.
We are keen on developing an e-building, a national e-buildings permitting, approval and management system that is an enabler system or a platform for all the regulatory institutions, for all the counties, for all stakeholders that are involved in the building approval process.
Na mwishowe, kampuni ya Safaricom imenakili faida ya shilingi bilioni 73.7 baada ya kutozwa ushuru ambalo ni ongezeko la 61% kutoka shilingi bilioni 45.8 zilizonakiliwa awali. Hali hii imechangiwa na ongezeko la mapato na kupungua kwa hasara katika tawi la Ethiopia la kampuni hiyo.
We have sustained strong growth in service revenue, driven primarily by M-Pesa and data, while maintaining profitability despite the continued investment in Ethiopia.
Mapato kutoka shughuli za kifedha kupitia M-Pesa yaliongezeka kwa 13.4 hadi shilingi bilioni 182.7, huku faida kutoka uunganishaji ikiongezeka hadi shilingi bilioni 211.4. Kampuni hiyo imependekeza mgao wa faida wa shilingi 1 na senti 15 kwa kila hisa. Ndutamo Kami, Darubini.
Na mtazamaji, tuangazie taarifa za magatuzi ambapo wakazi wa maeneo ya Kargi na Kalacha katika kaunti ya Marsabit wameelezea matumaini yao kwamba hatimaye watapata haki kufuatia kuanza kusikizwa kwa kesi iliyowasilishwa katika mahakama ya kusikiza kesi za ardhi na mazingira huko eneo la Isiolo dhidi ya kampuni ya mafuta ya petroli inayomilikiwa na Uingereza ya BP ambayo inashutumu kampuni hiyo kwa madai ya uchafuzi wa mazingira unaotokana na shughuli za kutafuta mafuta katika eneo hilo.
Taarifa hiyo mtazamaji na nyinginezo ni kwenye mseto wa taarifa za kaunti.
Waliowasilisha kesi hiyo wanadai kuwa kuna vichafuzi hatari vyenye mionzi kutokana na shughuli hiyo na kwamba vimechafua mazingira, maji yaliyo ardhini na kusababisha magonjwa pamoja na vifo miongoni mwa jamii zinazoishi karibu. Jaji Ogutu Mboya aliagiza kwamba kesi hiyo ifanywe marekebisho ili kujumuisha Wizara ya Kawi na mafuta ya petroli.
Unakaa na mgonjwa, umempeleka hospitali, umetumia mali nyingi na baadaye unakuja kupoteza huyo mtu.
Hii visima ni visima ambao watu wanakunywa maji. Na hii maji ni visima ambayo inatumika kwa wanyama, mbuzi, ngamia na punda na kila wanyama ambao tuko nayo.
Wakati huo wakazi wa mji wa Kilifi waliandamana kufuatia mauaji ya msichana mwenye umri wa miaka 7 yaliyotekelezwa siku 2 zilizopita.
Bado tunaendelea kusaka yule mhusika mkuu na wengine ambao wanaweza kuwa wanachangia katika hiki kisa.
Kwingineko, mwakilishi wadi ya Jarajila Nur Sheikh Farah amesema anapinga mipango ya kujumuisha kambi ya wakimbizi ya Dadaab katika kaunti ya Garissa na jamii zinazoishi karibu, akisema hakuna uwazi na kushirikishwa kwa wananchi kwenye shughuli hiyo.
The host communities have totally gained nothing in terms of assistance to the host community. If I told us anything, nothing that I can be proud of.
Na Kenya imezindua awamu ya kukusanya takwimu kwenye utafiti wake wa kwanza kuhusu kujumuishwa kwa watoto wenye ulemavu kwenye elimu ya chekechea, kwenye hatua inayonuiwa kuhakikisha wanapata huduma muhimu za watoto wenye ulemavu.
It is about ensuring that when governments plan, children with disabilities are not an afterthought but a priority.
Hatimaye, gavana wa Kirinyaga Anne Waiguru amekariri kujitolea kwa serikali ya kaunti hiyo kuhakikisha hakuna mwanafunzi atakayekosa kusoma katika kaunti kwa kukosa karo.
Through the county bursary program, to date, we have disbursed 670.2 million shillings.
Asa wataka nini? Acha nikwambie Vizena. Wakati wako umeisha, na wakati wangu. Unasikia?
Lazima tutumie muda tulionao vizuri. Ongea nami tafadhali.
Kusudi la sarakasi ni nini?
Kwani Maimuna anaenda? Kwani unafanya nini tena?
Toki hapa mpaka niajadili ninayoongelea, sawa? Beko, niache. Sitaki kusikiza, sitaki kukuona.
Nikirudi hapa, sitaki kupata, kishasikia?
Naam, tuende viwanjani, sio? Hujambo popote ulipo, na natumai kwamba umeshinda vyema. Karibu sana katika Darubini Michezo. Mimi ni Lemoka. Timu ya raga ya KCB itachuana na Kabras Sugar katika fainali ya kuwania kombe la Kenya Jumamosi hii katika uwanja wa maonyesho wa ASK huko Kakamega, huku KCB ikitafuta taji yake ya 9. Mara ya mwisho timu hizo zikikutana zilitoka sare alama 10-10 kabla ya mchuano wao kusimamishwa kwa sababu ya mvua nyingi. KCB ilifuza kwa fainali ya mashindano hayo mara ya mwisho mwaka 2024 ambapo ilishindwa alama 29-5 na wakinzani wao hao, na mwaka huu inalenga kulipiza kisasi. Aidha, KCB imemotishwa na kurejea tena kwa wachezaji wake wa kutegemewa waliochezea timu ya taifa ya wachezaji 7 kila upande, wakiwemo George Ooro, Festus Shiasi, Samuel Asati na Vincent Onyala.
Bench to be able to prepare our players as much as we can to be able to get into that finals and to be able to do our best to be able to bring us the cup that we've earned for a very long time.
A final, it's not an ordinary match like the other league game. That's a game of points, and that's where you'll know who stands on pressure. And I believe the boys have trained enough, they have bonded enough, and me joining them in this camp yesterday, they have had quite a good bonding within the team, and that's a plus, and that is a driving force to us as we go for the finals.
Na timu ya mpira wa wavu ya Bunge iliandikisha ushindi wa seti 3-1 dhidi ya Beast katika mechi ya kusisimua ya mkondo wa pili ya ligi ya daraja la pili ya wanaume iliyochezwa katika uwanja wa Nyayo jioni. Baada ya kupoteza seti ya kwanza kwa alama 17-25, Bunge walirejea kwa nguvu na kuchukua udhibiti wa mchezo huo kwa kushinda seti 3 zilizofuata kwa alama 25-22, 25-16 na 25-21 kuradhi. Ushindi huo unaifanya kampeni ya Bunge kuendelea vyema, huku timu zikisaka pointi muhimu katika msimamo wa ligi. Katika mechi nyingine, Chuo Kikuu cha Kenyatta kilipata ushindi wa seti 3-0 dhidi ya Kenya Navy, huku Chuo Kikuu cha Nairobi kikipata alama za bwerere baada ya Micro Spikers kushindwa kufika kwa mechi yao. Simlo pia waliwashinda Desert Warriors kwa seti 3-1. Tuangazie soka ambapo Festus Kipkemoi alifunga bao la pekee na kuipa APS Bomet ushindi wa 8 msimu huu kwenye mechi hiyo ambayo ilishinda KCB bao 1-0 mbele ya mashabiki wake akiwemo waziri wa usalama wa kitaifa Kipchumba Murkomen uwanjani Kiprugut Chumo huko Kericho. Waziri Murkomen alisema ataisaidia na kuimutisha timu hiyo ndiposa isishushwe daraja mwishoni mwa msimu huu.
We have a very big challenge for infrastructure. As I have said, we don't have a stable home ground because of the pitch. And I'm very happy that His Excellency the President has put aside over 900 million shillings to build a new stadium in Bomet. That will be the home stadium of APS Bomet. I'm also happy that Kapkatet Stadium in this Kericho and this particular stadium, Green Stadium in town, is also being renovated and Kapkatet is being built. I believe that there is a lot of talent in this region. In the past, the focus has always been athletics, but you can see there is a lot of talent in all kinds of sports, including football. We take sports very seriously as one way of integrating with society, but also dealing with mental health challenges. We believe that also through sports we are going to give more opportunities to Kenyans, and this is also a job opportunity for them, and it's a place where they can further their career. At the same time, they have secured employment for future.
Haya mtazamaji, ni hayo tu kwa sasa kutoka meza ya michezo kwa hisani kubwa ya Darubini Michezo. Nasema asante sana kwa muda wako, shukrani sana pia kwa utazamaji wako. Naambiwa Gladys Mungai leo ana message muhimu sana. Ahmed Juma Balo na warushieni mzigo wewe na Gladys Mungai.
Na bila shaka Lemoka Gladys alikuwa hapo mwanzoni mwa taarifa, alisema kwamba kuna habari muhimu ataka kutupatia mimi, wewe pamoja na mtazamaji.
Na mtazamaji, balo. Unaongeza chumvi sana mtazamaji. Hamna maneno mapya ama makubwa sana, ila nashukuru Mungu kanijalia nikapata nafasi ya kwenda kuendeleza taaluma ya wanahabari. Na mtazamaji, leo ni siku yangu ya mwisho kusomea habari kwa muda wa miezi mitatu itakayokuja. Manake runinga ya KBC Channel 1 imenipatia nafasi kwenda kujiendeleza kimasomo katika tasnia ya wanahabari.
Pengine wapi? Situdokezee tu.
Ni nchi tu ya kigeni, sisemi sana, ni nchi ya kigeni. Ndiposa mtazamaji pia akaelekea kwenye mitandao ya kijamii na kunifuata na kujua nimekwenda wapi na pia ninajifunza nini, maana nitakuwa nadokeza hiyo safari.
Naam, bila shaka. Kwa hivyo unaenda na utarudi, sio?
Nitarudi, sidhani nimekuacha.
Usiseme ni siku ya mwisho.
Siku ya mwisho katika miezi mitatu ijayo.
Inshallah. Mungu akipenda. Basi mtazamaji, habari ndio hiyo kwamba Gladys amepata fursa ya kwenda ughaibuni, kwenda kuendeleza kisomo na kwenda kujifunza mengi zaidi kuhusiana na taaluma hii ya wanahabari. Kutoka kwangu mimi binafsi na kutakia kila la kheri, na inshallah urudi tukae tena pamoja hapa.
Asante mtazamaji, na nakuahidia kwamba sitakuacha, na nikirudi nitakuwa nimerudi nimepikwa kabisa. Nikaiva balo pamoja na lemoka.
Naam, mtazamaji, kufikia hapo hatuna la ziada, ndio tunatamatisha taarifa hizi za Darubini ya Channel 1. Inshallah Mungu akipenda, mimi na wewe hatutaonana baada ya miezi mitatu, ni wiki ijayo. Naitwa Ahmed Juma Balo, ukipenda niite AJB. Salamu alaykum.
Kwa hiyo mtazamaji, mimi niite Gladys Mungai, na usalie salama.
A continent full of potential, a future full of possibility. The time is now. This May, the world watches Nairobi as Africa and France come together for innovation, growth, and the partnerships that will define our tomorrow. This is the Africa Forward Summit. On May 11th, KBC and Y254 go live from the University of Nairobi for the Africa Forward Business Forum, where 1,500 leaders, CEOs, and young entrepreneurs connect for green growth, AI, and investment. Then on May 12th, we take you live to the Kenyatta International Convention Center for the main Heads of State Summit, with the main focus being green industrialization and energy transition, reform of the international financial architecture, blue economy, sustainable agriculture, peace and security. Africa Forward Summit, live on KBC Channel 1 and Y254. Don't miss it.
Hiyo ilikuwa ni makubaliano yako yeye na Abednego. Msiniweke kwa takataka zenu.
Hiyo ni kumaanisha nini Baba Josh?
Nyinyi mtajuana vile mtalipana.
Leo yashindikana, kesho jui. Kwa udi na uvumba, mateso na yakumba, jua likitua. Taka minavua, pesa nazivuna, ndoto zatimia. Ila mi najua najua kesho nitakuwa poa. Poa, poa, poa. Through my struggles nitatoboa. Toboa, toboa, toboa.
Bwana Fombe, kazi yangu ni ngumu sana.
Uko sawa lakini?
Niko sawa lakini Abednego hapa ameniambia kwamba Elijah iko kwake.
By the way, mmefikia wapi na mambo ya title?
Tutajua siku tu ikiisha. Lakini unajua hatukupata muda kuzungumzia masuala ya Zawadi. Kwanza Zawadi anaendeleaje?
Zawadi iko salama sana. Mimi hata ndio nimempeleka kwa dadangu akae pale mpaka shule zifunguliwe. Na pia waangalie vile wanaweza kumpeleka counseling.
Oh, that is nice.
Karibu na.
Sawa sawa. Na Mandi je?
Na Mandi hakuhusika kwa vyovyote vile.
Una uhakika?
Zawadi mwenyewe alisema kwa mdomo wake.
Na Andrew je?
Hata Andrew hakuhusika kulingana na maneno ya Zawadi. Lakini Andrew alimnyoshia Mandi kidole na Mandi akamnyoshia Andrew kidole.
Kwa hivyo ina maana hawa wawili walihusika.
Labda, lakini Zawadi alisema pale alipopelekwa baada ya kutekwa nyara hakumuona Andrew wala Mandi na pia hakusikia sauti yao.
Na Zawadi labda alikwambia alibiwa kivipi?
Elisha, sukae chini.
Weleta pesa nirudishe kwa Sherlock ama title deed. Sasa ni siku ngapi?
Ni siku 3 tu Elijah.
Leta pesa.
Elijah, fanya usiutulize tu roho Elijah. Na uachane na mambo mingi na mtoto aende ng'ambo. Unajua Josh akienda ng'ambo kesho ni Josh anaanza kusaidia. Tukiwa tu hapa Elijah. Wacha Josh aende ng'ambo tafadhali.
Wewe ni kama tuelewani. Sipanga bado uko nje.
Elijah. Okay, sawa basi. Nimekubali. Tunaenda nawe kwa Sherlock saa hii. Tunaenda ukapata title deed yako, sawa?
Tunaenda kuchukua title deed na pesa gani? Unafikiria mimi sijui pastor watapeli kama wewe? Ndio nakuuliza. Tunaenda kuchukua na pesa gani?
Na si pesa iko na Chief Elijah. Ni nini?
Yes. Ile pesa ulikuwa umetumia Pastor Joel iko kwa Chief Matata?
Yes.
Na kama pesa iko kwa Chief, tuna waste time tukifanya nini hapa? Si tuende kwa Chief?
Elijah, nilikuwa na morning glory pale kanisani. Fellowship ya asubuhi. So utaniruhusu niende pale nikimalizia, alafu nikuje nikujoin hapo kwa Chief. Sivyo itakuwa ni vizuri Elijah.
Ni maajabu huku kumepatikana na chai.
Hai mam, ni chai tu.
Josh, kumaanisha tangu nitoke hapa mjakuwa mkipika kitu?
Mam, unajua kutoka utoke huku Dad amekuwa kuja tu ile masaa yake ya kawaida na anakuja kama ashakula. So mimi nimekuwa nikikula nje tu.
Kumaanisha nikitoka huku mwezi mmoja hamtapika kitu? Josh, na kama anaendelea aje?
Mimi sijui.
Josh, haujui aje? Kwani mmekosana na kama?
Mam, hawezi ongea tu na dada aje niende nisomee majuu. Mimi nimechoka na hii maisha mam. Mimi nimechoka kukaa home.
Josh, nitajaribu. Lakini mbona mmekosana na kama?
Si mimi mam, ni dad.
Dad? Dad amefanya nini?
Wachana tu niyo story juu hata imeshafanyika. Mam, imagine wenzangu wakitoka shule watanipata tu pale pale waliniacha. Hiyo sio fair mam.
Josh, naelewa. Lakini maisha ikuangi fair kila wakati. Usijali, mambo yako yatanyooka tu. Kuwa na imani.
Imani?
Josh, usijali. Nitaenda kwa Chief baada ya hapa. Tuongee tuone venye tutatatua hiyo maneno.
Mam, huyo amechoka na sisi kabisa.
Chief amechoka na sisi? Amekwambia amechoka?
Asante sana. Kwa hiyo bwana Ufambe, ina maana kuna watu walikuja wakamdanganya kwamba wanafanya kazi na wewe?
Walikuja na gari wakamwambia karibia tu, wako na parcel yangu kutoka kazini, na alipokaribia gari hapo ndipo walimteka nyara.
Na Zawadi labda alikwambia kama ashawahi kuonana na hawa watu katika kijiji chetu hiki? Ufambe, hii dili inaonekana ilipangwa vizuri sana.
Lakini chief, nani anaweza kufanya hivi?
Ufambe, kama sio Andrew na Mandi, ni nani mwingine?
Lakini mimi bora Zawadi yako sawa na anapata counseling, sioni haja ya kushikilia hili jambo zaidi.
Sawa, kuna shida. Sawa kabisa.
Na wewe, kuna jambo ambayo bado hujanipa majibu yake?
Wewe Ufambe, naona unapoelekea wewe.
Niamini, wewe ukikubali kuwa ni hiki kiti cha UMCA, nitakupa my full support na ninakika utashinda. Zawadi alirudishwa upesi baada ya mimi kuahidi Andrew kuwa nda drop support yangu kwako na nitakushawishi usiwanie hicho kiti cha UMCA.
Kweli?
Sikukwambia, lakini that was the condition alinipea, ndio Zawadi akarudishwa.
Andrew, najua nilikukasirisha, lakini nilikuwa nakujali tu.
Monica, mimi si mtoto na sijafika hapa kwa kuwa mwoga.
Na pia hujafika hapa kwa kuwa mnyama ama kutendea na unyama. Andrew,
unajuaje?
Sinajuaje? Si wewe ni mume wangu na tumekuwa tukiishi hapa pamoja.
Wewe kutoka leo kazi yako ni ndoa, nyumba, kanisani na kule umeajiriwa. Unasikia?
Yaani Mandi ndio atakuwa chanzo cha hizi shida zako?
Mandi ndio naenda kukutana na yeye saa hii. Naenda kulipia hoteli ndio tuwe na mkutano huko.
Na kwa nini msifanye mkutano wenu hapa?
Ndio ukatangazia ulimwengu mzima. Nimekuambia sikutaki anywhere karibu na kazi yangu ya siasa. Unasikia? Unless kama ni picha tunapigwa ya familia. Unasikia? Ama kama tumealikwa kama wageni wa heshima.
Hata hizo picha nenda ukapigwe na huyo Mandi. Na hizo events pia muende pamoja. Kila saa Mandi.
Kwa hivyo unamaanisha kwamba Andrew anakuogopa kiasi hicho?
Mimi Andrew aniogopi. Andrew anakuogopa wewe.
Wajua, nilivyomwambia kwamba napigania hiki kiti alishtuka sana, lakini sikujua kama atashtuka kiasi hicho.
Njia ya pekee kuhakikisha kuwa hashindi ni wewe kuwania. Unaona Andrew vile yuko hatari na bado hana mamlaka yoyote. Unadhani akishindia kiti ya UMCA itakuwa vipi?
Lakini Ufambe, wewe sinaona una mkataba naye. Sasa itakuwaje?
Mimi si mjinga.
Lakini
mimi nina hakika Andrew na Mandi walihusika kwa utekaji nyara wa Zawadi. Ni vile sina proof. Lakini hivi karibuni dawa yao iko jikoni.
Kisha utamwambia nini?
You think about it, kisha utaniletea jawabu.
Sawa, lakini unajua kwamba mimi nikiacha nikisema napigania hiki kiti niwache uchifu wa hichi kijiji?
Hilo nafahamu vizuri kabisa.
Sawa, wacha nikafikiria alafu nitakwambia.
Sawa, kisha kuhusu mkataba wangu na Andrew, hilo lisikupe wasiwasi kabisa. Mimi najua jinsi nitakavyolitatua.
Sawa. Nimeshukuru. Nimeshukuru sana.
Karibu.
Asante sana.
Mom. Dada amerudi.
Ako wapi?
Si mimi naweza cha muongee sasa niende.
Ni sawa Josh. Enda shughuli zako, acha nikazungumze na babako.
Kesho utakuwa safe na dada. Sitenda alafu nisikie mmeanza stories zingine.
Josh, mi niko sawa na nitakuwa sawa. Hii ni mara ya mwisho babako akininunulia mkono ananipiga.
Ni sawa, lakini in case mkose kuelewana, usiende kama tujaongea, sawa?
Josh, hakuna mahali naenda hata kama ni kupigana, wacha tupigane iishe, lakini mimi hapa sitoki.
Nitagundu wakita, wengine watasema niko na
Wakenya, ni wakati mwingine wa kuhakikisha kuwa umefile KRA returns. Je, uko rada una challenge yoyote? Usiwe na shaka. KRA wakishirikiana na KBC Channel 1 wanakuja hapo ulipo kusaidia kufile returns na kulipia ushuru wako. Jiunge na msafara wa KRA Roadshow, uwe fiti mambo ya returns. Ijumaa ya tarehe 8 mwezi Mei, tunazuru eneo la Kiambu kuanzia Kikuyu, Limuru, Kimende, Kagwi, Githunguri, Kiambu Town, Banana na kisha tumalizie Ruaka. Tarehe 30 Juni kwa mlangoni. Usingoje hadi dakika za mwisho. File KRA returns mapema. Ishi bila stress. Jijue, jibeta. KRA, tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee.
The bottom-up economic transformation agenda is not just a plan on paper.
Manifesto tulioandika na tukauzia Wakenya na wakatupigia kura, sio gazeti ya kufunga nyama.
It is happening on the ground across Kenya.
Enda subabogi Moriega Jodhurwa untie Mugani Pamjambo.
In agriculture,
Turkana wameamkia mambo ya ukulima sasa.
On our roads,
Lami black anaingia hapa anagausha hapa, wacha bana.
In health,
all our patients are in SHA 100%.
In housing,
kutoa watu kutoka nyumba za mabati kuleta nyumba kama hii ya ghorofa ni kitu mzuri sana.
In our markets,
umetukumbuka sisi mama mboga, shida zetu umezitatua,
and so much more.
It's a good thing the government inakuja mashinani na this is all what we have been requesting.
This is transformation. This is impact. This is delivering the plan. Every Friday on KBC Channel 1.
nitagundu wakita, wengine watasema niko na kichaa, lakini
Chief Matata. Chief Matata.
Nikusaidie Andrew?
Mbona unakaa kama mtu ambaye una furaha? Ama bwana chief ni juu bwana Ofwambe ameamua hata kupatia support yake kwa hiki kiti ya MCA.
Hiyo ndo furaha yako sio?
Unajua Chief Matata, wewe ni mtu unapenda kujiona msafi tena mwenye maadili mema. Na siasa itaki hayo yote, itaki huo unyonge.
Kwa hiyo siasa inataka mtu ambaye hana uadilifu, mtu mkora hivi, mtu mbaya sio?
Sijasema hivi bwana chief.
Umesemaje?
Na bwana chief, ile unachichocha hivyo, unataka uwanie hiyo kiti, alafu ukose kufaulu. Unajua utakuwa umekosa kazi na mtaka vyote ukosa vyote.
Hilo nafahamu vizuri sana. Andrew, naomba nikuulize swali moja.
Tafadhali uliza.
Hivi wewe uko tayari kufanya vovote ilivyo ili hiki kiti cha MCA ukishinde sio?
Kabisa, kabisa bwana chief. Je, wewe?
Monica. Umebebana kwani unasafiri?
Nikitoka nyumbani kulikuwa na baridi sana.
Okay, karibu kiti.
Asante.
Hata Hata nilikuwa najitayarisha kujoko kwenyu.
Kufanya nini?
Kukurudisha shukrani. Unajua kama si wewe kutuambia ukweli, pengine mpaka sasa tungekuwa tujampata Zawadi. Nina hakika Andrew amekwambia Zawadi alipatikana akiwa salama.
Hivyo ni vizuri, lakini sijakuja hapo kwa sababu ya hiyo. Nimekuja ni kwa sababu ya Mandi.
We,
hautoki hapa kabla tujazungumza.
Tunazungumza nini Matilda? Naenda kurekebisha makosa yenye ulifanya.
Basi turekebishie hapa kwanza.
Tunarekebisha nini Matilda? Mimi siko tayari kuzungumza na mwanamke ambaye hasikii maneno. Unawezaje kwenda kuuza shamba na uniambii wewe?
Lakini baba Josh, si nilikuwa nafanya hivyo kwa ajili yetu sote.
Sote? Wewe na nani? Kwanza hiyo mambo ya Amerika nimeifunga na nimeimaliza. Huyo Josh anajiona amekuwa mkubwa sana. Amemea kifua sasa. Anaweza nijibu vile anataka, si ndio?
Ulikuwa unatarajia afanye nini ukipiga mamake akiona?
Hiyo kichwa ngumu anataka kuleta hapa kwangu, si ndio?
Hebu kwanza keti tusuluhishe hii maneno.
Tuzungumze nini? Naenda kurekebisha makosa yenye ulifanya.
Baba Josh.
Chief Matata. Natumai Bwana Ufambe alikwambia kitendo changu kama mwananchi na mwanakijiji anayependa amani.
Nakuuliza swali Andrew.
Uliza tafadhali.
Wewe ulijuaje kuwa Zawadi pale alipofichwa? Kama sio yeye ambaye ulikuwa umekwenda kuficha?
Hiyo ni historia Bwana Chief.
Lakini hizi sio hadithi za Alifu Leila. Ukweli utajulikana hapa hapa. Na mimi niko kwenye ofisi hii.
Hiyo ndio tofauti yako na mimi Bwana Chief Matata. Wakati huo wewe utakuwa papa hapa kama kawaida. Lakini utakuwa unazungumza na huyu Andrew ambaye umezoea kuona.
Hivyo basi ukweli utajulikana tu. Sawa?
Haijalishi wakati huu ama wakati huo ukifika. Bwana Chief, siasa is a very expensive affair. Inahitaji pesa nyingi sana na nina hakika hauna hizo pesa. Hakuna haja ya upoteze 9 kwa kutafuta 10.
Na kusikiliza.
Kwa hivyo utanipa support yako wakati huo ukifika, si ndio?
Ni kweli Bwana Andrew, sina pesa. Lakini nina masikio ya wananchi.
Masikio sio pesa. Lakini wananchi wanataka pesa hata kama ni saa hii mfukoni mwao.
Kwa hiyo unataka kutumia pesa zako ili ununue kura, sio?
Nimekuambia na nakukumbusha, siasa ni a very expensive affair. Wananchi wanataka pesa.
Ndio maana mimi nimeingia kwa hicho kiti kuking'ang'ania, kwa sababu tunataka kiongozi bora.
All the best Bwana Chief Matata. Lakini kumbuka, ukimwaga huo unga ndio ushindane na mimi, utakufa njaa na maskini pia.
Sasa nakwambia mimi nikipata sapoti ya Bwana Ufambe, nipate sapoti ya wanakijiji hapa, na yoyote yule ambaye atanisaidia mimi, na uhakika nitakushinda kwa debe.
Sapoti ya Bwana Ufambe sahau Bwana Chief. Sahau.
Kwa nini? Maana yake umemrudisha Zawadi. Watu sio wapumbavu hivyo.
Kwani Ufambe bado?
Yes! Ananikubali vizuri sana. Na ninavyokuambia tutaonana debeni, tuone kati ya mimi na wewe ni nani atakayeshinda.
Yaani huo ndio mchezo mli...
Kusema ukweli sijui niseme nini. Sijui.
Ufambe, unajua wewe ndio unajua Mandi vizuri sana na zaidi ya sisi wengine.
Nilikuwa nadhani namjua Mandi vizuri, lakini tangu tuachane Nimegundua nilikuwa najua mtu mwingine tofauti kabisa.
Lakini si unajua mimi ndio nilikusaidia ukampata zawadi. Kwa hivyo na wewe utafanya hivyo ambavyo tumekubaliana.
True, kweli.
Na mimi nitapeleleza nijue vile walipanga kuiba zawadi. Halafu utachukulia hapo wakisha amefungwa.
Monica,
la sivyo hautakuwa na amani as long as Mandy wameshikana na Andrew.
And what if ukipata kuwa Andrew pia alihusika kwa kumuiba zawadi? Kwa sababu nikipata alihusika kwa kumuiba zawadi nda deal naye vilivyo. Na kuna uwezekano pia yatafungwa. So?
Baba Josh, sasa ukienda na tujazungumza, tunasuluhisha nini?
Sitaki kuzungumza na wewe mpaka nipate title deed yangu kutoka kwa hiyo Shylock.
Lakini si ukuje tupangane.
Tupangane nini? Pesa zote ziko kwa chief. Naenda kwa chief nimchukue, twende kwa hiyo Shylock nipate title deed yangu.
Sasa huyo Shylock atakurudishaje title deed na tujarudisha interest tulichukulia hiyo loan Baba Josh?
Hiyo ilikuwa ni makubaliano yako, yeye na Abednego. Msiniweke kwa takataka zenu.
Hiyo ni kumaanisha nini Baba Josh?
Ujui? Inamaanisha kwamba nyinyi mtajuana vile mtalipana. Mimi napeleka pesa yenye mlipewa, nipewe title deed yangu. Unasikia?
Wananiita gundu wakita, wengine watasema niko na kichaa, lakini mimi najua yatapita. Nitaja kuomoka nishike dinga, nyumba ya kifahari nitakaa, nipate hata binti ataenifaa, kwa kuwa mimi najua yatapita. Wana kijiji wote wataniimba, yeah.
What do you do when the young girl, the little girl that you raised, becomes a grown woman with her own voice, her own choices, and her own perspective? How do you learn as a mother how to let go? And how do daughters learn how to understand the women who raised them?
I am particularly worried about the kind of friends she makes.
Yeah.
And that is one thing that I do not want to let her just walk out.
She's more concerned about who I am, how I portray myself, how I think, how I speak, all that, instead of what does society think about you.
I want to be someone that you say, what is your problem? Like, if it's that issue, talk to me.
Talk to me. Tell me I had a bad day.
You will have to evolve yourself. As, yes, not your children evolving, but you yourself evolving to be able to cope and adapt.
So for me, it's easier. But the truth is, having to give birth 2 years in a row was a mess for me.
Tunajidai na lugha sanifu ya Kiswahili.
Leo twashiriki, njooni mwenda sisi. Sanaa ya Kiswahili leo imetufikia sisi.
Ni heri nikose usingizi baadaye kwa kuhitimu kimasomo.
Adhabu kali inapowekwa pahali popote pale husimama kama funzo kwa wahalifu wengine.
Unda majina mawili kutokana na vitenzi vifuatavyo. Ridhi.
Tunapata mridhi.
Tambua kishazi katika sentensi hii. Mbuzi walioibwa jana wamepatikana salama. Tambua kishazi. Naona Maria uko tayari.
Walioibwa.
Makinika, cheki wanafunzi wanavyozikwenda, utaona wengine wafanya hivi, wengine sijui wafanya hivi, wengine ni hapa.
Poleni kidogo, nimeambiwa ni cut. So tunarudia hiyo kizungu yote saa hii tena. Welcome to Semana Spokes. And this is the 27th edition of Semana Spokes. And we are coming live from the Lake Naivasha Resort, the Superior Hotel here. We have the National Education Conference that has been graced by none other than His Excellency, the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. But before we come to know who is our guest and what we are discussing today, let's see what we have today from the government. Speaking at the ongoing Second National Education Conference, President William Ruto shared on how Kenya is reshaping its education system quietly. Funding has risen to Kenya shillings from 500 billion to, in 2022, to Kenya shillings 767 billion, that is projected, for the next financial year. And over 99% of grade 9 learners have been transitioned, with 23,000 classrooms and 1,600 laboratories built nationwide. In Nairobi, informal settlements, 1,000 classrooms added STEM enrollment, and it rose to 52%, and TVET grew from 300,000 to 800,000. Again, President William Ruto presided over the swearing-in of Judge Mohammed Abdullahi Warsame as the 14th judge of the Supreme Court, and also conferment of a very long-standing, advocate Evans Thika Gaturu and Jedida Rakonyo with senior counsel status at State House Nairobi. The president wished them success in advancing justice. There is no administration that has done as much in terms of transitioning Kenya to get access to justice than this one. As you know very well, recently, the president also witnessed the swearing-in of 37 new judges, and more is yet to come. The Kenya Plant Health Inspection Service, KEFIS, has established the root tuber banana East Africa germs plants exchange laboratory, RTB-EAGEL, of the plant quarantine and biosecurity station to strengthen safe geoplasm exchange and improve plant health system and build regional capacity in ensuring that we have proper vegetation crop across East Africa. The initiative marks a step forward in operationalizing the facility and reinforcing KEFIS as a regional center of excellence in this regard to ensure that there is proper health for plants and diagnostics and exchange. Further, the Kenya National Examination Council has introduced a digital system for instant KCSE certificate verification, replacing the manual process that took up to 10 days. The system uses QR codes and blockchain technology to confirm authenticity and curb forgery, aiming at improving efficiency and strengthening trust in Kenyan examination certificates. The Kenya Railway Corporation, KRC, has cautioned photographers, videographers, and the members of the public against using railway tracks for photo shoots, warning that the areas are restricted. Watu wanapenda kupiga mapicha sana. This is very dangerous, and really it is illegal to access without authorization, where people are coming very close. Due to unpredictable train movements, content creators are urged to prioritize safety by keeping off all rail infrastructure to avoid endangering themselves and their crews and clients by observing safety regulations around railway property. This is just a brief of what is happening in government today, but now we are live here from Naivasha, and we have our guest for this 27th edition, and this is none other than the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Education, State Department for Basic Education, Ambassador Professor Julius Bitok. Makofi kwake. How are you, PS?
I'm very fine.
Uko salama?
Spokes.
Yes.
Niko poa.
Karibu.
Yes, thank
karibu
you.
Sana.
Thank you.
Hata wewe unafaa kuwa unatuambia karibu.
Yes, karibu.
You know, wewe ndio mwenye hii maneno. And we are here at just next to the lake here. The lake is just behind us here. Mandhari nzuri sana. Sure. Mlituchagulia mahali pazuri sana kuja kujienjoy na kusikiza pila kile serikali imefanya. And really, I was very happy by the way the president was with us today. But now, before we come to any other thing, Who is Ambassador Julius Bitok? Who, I mean, how did you grow up, your education? Let people get to know a little bit of you.
Well, thank you very much, Spokes Maura, for this opportunity to talk to the nation, to talk to fellow Kenyans about who I am. I think all my information is in the internet, in social media. But I want to begin by saying my name again is Ambassador Professor Julius Bitok.
So where did you grow up? Which primary school did you go to?
I went to a school called Kaptuktuk.
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 Kaptuktuk. Kwa hivyo umetoka village kule.
Village.
And today you are a professor.
Kaptuktuk means a boda boda.
Are you serious? Yani ulienda kwa shule inaitwa boda boda?
Yes.
Wow, where is it?
It is in a place called Moiben.
Okay.
In Wasingishu County.
Kule kwa Phyllis Barto.
Kwa Phyllis Barto. Alafu nikaenda shule secondary. Nilianza shule inaitwa Renaissance.
Oh, okay.
High school.
Huko ni dry spam huko?
Yeah, huko Ban Forest. Ban
okay.
Forest.
Okay.
Kidogo nikaenda Chebisas. Nikasoma Chebisas form 3, form 4.
Okay.
Baada hiyo nikafanya vizuri, nikapata C+. Alafu nikaenda college. Kenya Science.
Okay. Iya University of Nairobi sasa.
Iya University of Nairobi sasa.
Okay, ulifanya education.
Yeah, nilifanya education.
Oh,
mimi ni mwalimu.
Wewe ni mwalimu?
Mimi ni mwalimu.
Ah, very nice. Hiyo ni kitu nzuri sana.
I'm a teacher by training. Yes. Baadaye nikakuja nikaenda Moi University. Kuendelesha masomo. Nikaenda University of Nairobi tena kusoma degree ya pili. Nikarudi Oklahoma State University kwa America.
Okay.
Kufanya PhD.
Okay.
Baadaye nikakuwa associate professor.
Okay.
Wa Jomo Kenyatta University.
So your subjects zako za education zilikuwa gani?
Nilianza na hesabu.
Maths and
physics.
And plus physics.
Lakini hapa mbele nikakata kona. Nikaenda social sciences. Nikafanya finance.
Master.
Nikasema nikitaka kupata pesa mingi lazima nisomee pesa. And it has worked for me. Sababu nilisema nikiendelea in maths physics. Pesa sitaiona.
Okay.
Nikasema sasa nilisomea pesa, masters pesa, PhD pesa, nikafunza pesa, nikaanza kupata pesa. Sasa vile accounting officer mtu wa pesa.
So how long did you teach at JKUAT?
I taught as a lecturer for 7 years in Moi University.
Moi University.
Moi University.
That's what
Later on, I came to Jomo Kenyatta Cooperative for 2 years. Yes, it was under Jomo Kenyatta that time.
Okay.
For 2 years.
That's when you became an associate professor.
Yes.
Okay.
Then kidogo rais akanipatia kazi nikakuwa ambassador huko Pakistan.
Oh, Pakistan.
Miaka 7.
Wow.
7 years.
It seems you have something with number 7 because
seven
leo ni 27th show.
Yes.
Na leo ni tarehe 7.
Hii ni tarehe 7.
Na alafu miaka 7 ile.
Yes.
The number of completion.
Na agenda yangu ni 7 pia.
Allah. Makofi hapa nyinyi hivyo. Simpigie PS makofi hapa kidogo. Ukisikia point unapiga makofi kidogo hapa.
It's very prophetic.
Yeah, it is.
Nilipokuwa nasoma primary nilikuwa namba 7 every time.
Allah.
Hata secondary nilikuwa namba 7 every time.
Wow.
Yes. Hata nikaenda huko miaka 7. Nilifunza university miaka 7. Na hii 7 iko na maneno.
Iko na hiyo tutaongea nyuma ya tent hapa.
Nyuma ya tent.
Unajua nakuwa nikiambia watu
na si ati hiyo inapangwa. Nilienda Pakistan tarehe 17 mwezi wa pili. Na nikatoka tarehe 16 mwezi wa pili. After 7 years. That is 17th of February 2014. No, 2015. Up to 16th of February 2022. Exact.
Na sio kitu ulikuwa umepanga.
Hapana. Yani ilifanyika tu
kwa mapenzi ya Mungu.
Ndege tu napanda siku hii na nashuka exactly. Hata ikupita siku moja.
Wow.
Not even a single day.
That is how.
And it was not planned.
And then today 27. Unajua tulikuwa tumepanga na wewe kuja sema na spokes.
Yes.
Na hii ikakuwa ndio leo.
Hii ikakuwa leo.
27th show on 7th.
27th show of 7th. Na tukupanga.
Haya.
Sasa hii saba hii
iko na wacha tuachie hapo. Yangu ni 5. 5th government spokesman by the 5th president. Started my work on 5th of October. Tulikuja kusema maneno hapo ya new funding model hapo na the former CS Machogu. That was my first assignment. Now but before we get to the State Department issue. So what motivates you, PS, for you to have come this far? And how did you end up becoming a PS?
Let me begin by saying that first, I'm a very ambitious person. As a person, I really like good things.
Okay.
Good life.
Unapenda vitu nzuri?
Napenda vitu nzuri. As a person, I don't like mediocrity. The second thing, I like hanging around with people who are very smart.
Okay.
Associating with the right people.
Okay.
So, and also, I also work hard.
Okay.
Yes, I work very hard. Like, for example, you see the conference today here. It was my brainchild. All right, this was my original idea. And I felt like we must re-engineer this sector called education. So I talked to the CS, I requested him, I wrote letters to him, and he was gracious enough to accept that we work together towards this. And it's not been easy to put up this together because the Ministry of Education has their own way of doing things. They feel that I'm a disruptor. I disrupt their own comfort zones. And they don't tell me because I'm their boss, but I can see their faces that
the body language.
They are reluctant to accept disruption. But mine is disruptive innovation and creativity, and I like really moving.
So without that, actually, you cannot do much. So tell us now, PS, tell us about the State Department for Basic Education. What does it cover? What is its mandate?
Well, the State Department for Basic Education is a very interesting department. I say so because, you know, as I've said, I started my career as a teacher. Then I went to the university. And then I went to a tour of duty to Foreign Affairs as an ambassador. Later, I went to Ministry of Interior as PS for immigration, which is also another very exciting space. Right now, I'm back home.
Working with you on issues
to
of
where I am now back home, where I belong, in the State Department of Basic Education.
Yes.
That is where my background.
But also, even in
and I'm really very happy with this State Department because it is one of the most networked State Department than any other State Department in this country.
Okay.
More networked even than Ministry of Interior where I was.
What do you mean?
Than even State Department for Internal Security.
Why? What do you mean by that?
Because for every village, you have like 2 or 3 schools.
Yes.
For every one assistant chief, you have like 5 schools.
Okay.
In every so in terms of network, in terms of the people you work with, you really get to the grassroots. And what excites me so much about this department is meeting the children, those young souls, those innocent souls. They come, they embrace you, you spend time with them. It's a very, very exciting space. But so I'm really very, very happy, and I thank His Excellency the President for giving this opportunity to serve as PS State Department for Basic Education. It's an exciting opportunity. And it is not because that I am a professor, or it's not because that I am better than other people. It's just by God's grace. And by God's grace that I got an opportunity to serve. And I'm doing it in a very dedicated way.
Okay.
So that's why I'm here today, and I'm very proud about the achievements I have achieved so far in the State Department of Basic Education.
So let me ask you, PS, how many schools do we have in Kenya in total, the primary schools?
Well, we have 24,000 primary schools.
These are
Kenya.
both public and private?
Those are public.
24,000.
And we have 9,500 secondary schools, public. And we have another 18,000 private schools around the country. So in total, we have about 52,000.
So these 18,000, is it both primary and secondary?
No. These are both primary and secondary.
So 52,000.
Private, 18,000.
Wow.
Yes.
So 52,000 in the whole country. And how many kids are currently enrolled in primary school?
11 million kids.
That's so many.
11 million kids.
Wow.
Around the country are in basic education institutions.
Both primary and up to grade 9.
The numbers are growing. Yes, the numbers are growing. And
so 11 million, that would mean like that is 25% of Kenyan population.
Yes, exactly.
That's what you are. Those are the people who are under you.
Those are the people under me. Plus the parents also are under me.
PS,
So you need to say 11 million children plus every child has 2 parents, right? So 11 million times 2 is 22 plus 11 is 33. You can see the impact.
Lakini unaweza kasema hapo PS, eh?
Yes.
Maybe there are 2-3
the only disadvantage I have is that mine, not all of them have votes. Mine, not all of them have votes. So they cannot vote for anybody.
Anyway, so now, what are the key achievements so far from this State Department since you took over, or even since 2022 when this?
Well, I want to say that. Let me just say key achievements overall, because since this government came to power in 2022, there are many things which have happened on matters of education. We start with the budget. When we came to power, budget for education was 490 billion. 490 billion. Right now, it is 702 billion. So we are looking at another 215 billion in education.
That's absolutely amazing.
And capitation right now is getting to school before schools open. I said I'm going to make capitation a central delivery in my stay at the State Department for Basic Education.
So nobody can say they are
Since January,
yeah,
money was getting to school before it opened. This time again, the same. Next time, we also expect the same. And even going forward, there will be no delay in capitation.
And that means then no teacher can say they will, get other costs because there's delayed capitation.
Exactly.
It cannot be
that
an
will
excuse.
not be an excuse.
So
that is number one. Number two is teachers. This government has been able to employ so many teachers, 100,000 to be precise.
Since 2022.
Than any other government before independence. When you look at Moi, President Moi, he used to employ only 500 per year. 24 years, 12,000.
Yes.
Moi Kibaki, 1,000 per year. 20,000. William Ruto in 3.5 years, 100,000. It's a big difference. It's a big difference. By the way, as we speak now, 35% of the teachers who are employed in Kenya now, who are employed by TSC, have been employed by this government. 35% of the teachers in Kenya's payroll right now have been employed by this government, this present government. Okay. You can see the impact. 35%. So when all the teachers come and you split them, close to 40% have been employed by this government. So it is really, really, really a huge impact, so to speak. The other thing is classrooms, infrastructure. There are classes around the country, 23,000. I went to a school here called Lenana, when the president was giving an example. Amazing. Within 1 year, there was no school. But within 1 year, there are 40 classrooms and 2,500 students in school. Wow. And there was no school in that slum. This is Lenana slum.
In Gado,
In Lenana slum in Gado. There
was
no school.
Area,
But within 1 year, a school has been built and 2,500 students. I went there. I was there about 2 months ago. Evidence. We are doing the labs. Textbooks are going to school. We have managed the most successful transition in the history of this country. 99% of the learners transition from junior to senior. So, I want to summarize by saying the state of education in Kenya is strong. All right. Of course, there are teething problems like any other sector. But from where I sit, we are doing so well on matters education, and we shall continue. And that is why we call this conversation of these stakeholders, because I asked the quality assurance officers to come, because the future of CBE is in quality assurance.
That's true.
And we must ensure that we provide quality so that we're able to get competence, we're able to get creativity, we're able to get innovation, we're able to bring out the best of the talent, and we are able to bring out the best competence in whatever field, whether it is STEM, whether it's arts, whether it's sports, whether it is social sciences. Competence is our main focus.
So it's not just quantity, it's also quality.
It's not only quality, yes. And producing somebody who can produce a solution. Not just produce somebody who is after shortcuts. We want the best person to do the job.
Very well. So what now? What about? Tell us about this. The movement from NEMIS to.
Well, as you are aware, NEMIS was introduced in 2015 It has served this country for almost 10 years. But NEMIS is a 2.0 system of EMIS. EMIS is an education management information system. You know, it has series.
Yeah.
The first one was 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. The current system is 4.0.
Okay.
That is a scalable, interoperable, integratable. I mean, you can connect it to many other systems.
Okay.
But because of the way NEMIS was crafted and structured, it's not possible to scale up. That is why we have now brought in a new system called KEMIS, Kenya Education Management Information System. And it will be a one-stop solution for the entire education sector. It will connect all schools, all colleges, all universities, all parastatals, everything education.
So
will be in this system.
The president is very keen on digitization of education data.
Yes.
What are we doing about it?
And that is that's what I essentially am saying. KEMIS is at the heart of digitization.
Okay.
In the next 2 weeks, KEMIS will be live. And we shall be telling schools to input data of their learners. And we shall be verifying as they input in. And it should be seamless. On 15th, we're asking secondary schools to input the data. And by 29th of this month, in 2 weeks' time, primary schools will come in. And every school will be connected to KEMIS. Every university will be there. Every TVET will be there. If you understand anything about any student around the country, you get to KEMIS, and you can be able to get to their information and their data. Even Kenya National Examination Council will be in there. Even higher education loans boards will be there. Everybody else will be there. COOPs will be there. Everything you want education, you'll find it in the system.
So now, before we take a short break right now, I would want to, how do you deal with the issue? There were questions about ghost students and ghost schools and reputation, people saying it's not enough. What do you have to say about that?
Okay, on that matter, I want to say that I want to give you a small history about issue of verification. The Auditor General did a special audit to schools and capitation in the Ministry of Education and presented the document, or rather the audit report, to Parliament. And Parliament directed us to verify the number of learners, the number of schools. Then we did a verification.
Okay.
And we discovered that there are 87,000 ghost students in secondary, 800,000 ghost students in primary.
That's a lot.
Yes.
Almost a million.
That's non-existent.
887,000 ghost students.
Yes, we discovered that. And the records are there.
So how much money were we losing out of?
We are losing a lot of money. We are losing a lot of money. In the first verification, we saved 1.2 billion. On the third term capitation of 20%, we saved 1.2 billion. And we have progressively continued saving. And we have said this verification will be continuous. We shall continue verifying and confirming the data so that we have accurate data on the number of learners.
So this can be...
And I want to continue to tell you, the minister took action against principals, 20 of them, who are suspected to be the ones inflating the figures. We took action against 34 sub-county directors of education, whose jurisdictions had these schools which had inflated numbers. And that is how serious it is.
Okay, let's take a break and we shall come back to much more conversation. This is how the government is fighting corruption using technology and saving you, the taxpayer, in our very great resources. This is Savannah Spokes, Bonga Dagava. Savannah Spokes,
Bonga Dagava.
I keep it right here. Thank you.
Wakenya, ni wakati mwingine wa kuhakikisha kuwa umefile KRA returns. Je, uko rada una challenge yoyote? Usiwe na shaka. KRA wakishirikiana na KBC Channel 1 wanakuja hapo ulipo kusaidia kufile returns na kulipia ushuru wako. Jiunge na msafara wa KRA Roadshow, uwe fiti mambo ya returns. Ijumaa ya tarehe 8 mwezi Mei, tunazuru eneo la Kiambu kuanzia Kikuyu, Limuru, Kimende, Kagwi, Githunguri, Kiambu Town, Banana na kisha tumalizie Ruaka. Tarehe 30 Juni iko mlangoni. Usingoje hadi dakika za mwisho. File KRA returns mapema. Ishi bila stress. Jijue, jibeta. KRA, tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee.
Na
Nairobi, your time is now. Masani ya kutoka vlog na KBC imeamua lazima uomoke. Tutakuwa tunakaa mtaa yako kukuomosha very fast. Jibu maswali zangu 3 tu. Tuone kama kweli wewe ni true fan wa KBC Channel 1. Na ukizipata 25k ni yako. So make sure una watch KBC Channel 1. Alafu kinicheki kwa streets. Niulize kana kuomosha leo. Omoka na KBC Channel 1. Wanga bad ni mbaya.
Audience, I hope it is entertaining enough. Hakuna kitu ya kucheka.
Welcome back to Savannah Spokes.
Gona na gava.
Savannah Spokes.
Bonga na gava.
Tuko hapa tunabonga na PS mwenyewe, Ambassador Professor Julius Bitok, the number 7. The number 7, namba yake vizuri. Now, PS, you were saying something about the issue of the way the KBC has helped us to save money.
Yes, I've said that where we are going, we are going to leverage on technology to ensure that we close all loopholes and have accurate data. Because as you are aware, Spokes, one of the biggest challenges we have in this government and in this country is data, accurate data on everything. Even the data that was released by KNBS the other day, they wanted to release one for education, we told them no. Because the data is not accurate. They want to release very old data, very inaccurate data. So, KBC and technology in general is going to be a one-stop solution for data governance in education. Now, let me also say that one of the most critical issues in education. Actually, there are 2 issues. One is technology, and the other one is equity in education. Those are the 2 most critical issues in the education sector. Technology, because technology will give us accuracy. We shall be able to have a view of the number of schools, the number of learners, the amount of money we are sending there all the time, the bursaries, the scholarships. It will give us a very clear view on the map of Kenya where our resources are going on matters education. Because remember, education is not only a government affair. We need to give also an opportunity to other stakeholders to feed into this, whether the money is coming from World Bank, whether it's money coming from donors, NGOs, whether it's coming from faith-based organizations. We want to have a global view. That is why this KBC is really central to the success of this State Department and Ministry at large.
Okay, wonderful. I think that's wonderful. Let's now turn to questions. Let's have the first question. Please tell us your name, where you come from, and you shoot this question straight to the PS. Go ahead, please, and be loud. Sauti tafadhali. Ongeza sauti, please. Go ahead. Is the mic working? Okay.
So my name is Moses Mushoka from University.
Sauti tafadhali kijana, tukusikii vizuri tafadhali. Okay, try again.
Or you can
Hello.
shout.
Okay, so
Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Moses Musyoka. I'm from the Kimathi University. I'm the president of the student organization. So my question goes to Professor Bitok, the PS Basic Education. And my question is about, so today His Excellency the President, Dr. William Ruto, said that the government is already in the process of constructing and has already constructed a number of classrooms and laboratories across Kenya. So my question is, which criteria is being used to identify the key areas which need more classes, that is the marginalized areas, and so how is the government knowing which place to do more classes and which one to give a certain number? So thank you.
Yes, please.
Well, Moses, thank you very much for that question. And I want to say that we have a very clear laid down procedure of identifying. And to give the context to that question, right now in my office, I have a request of infrastructure of about 10 billion against a resource allocation of 2 billion. So clearly it is very competitive. But because we have data about all the schools and what they need, we prioritize based on the need, based on the availability of resources. So we have a very clear laid down procedure of how to arrive at what schools and what time. But our objective is to ensure that we build as many classrooms as possible. I've talked about 23,000, which are already done. I've talked about 1,600 labs. And for example, when we were doing the labs, the 1,600 labs, we decided to identify those schools which are new and they have no lab completely, so that we do 1,600. So we have a criteria for allocating resources. But the bottom line is the resources are not enough. We get almost 20% of what we need in the sector for infrastructure development. There are too many requests from members of parliament, from county education boards, from principals, from different people from different areas of the country who require. That is why sometimes you feel like you are not feeling it because the demand is too high. Some schools which were built long time ago, like 100 years ago, require some uplifting. Some schools which don't have facilities completely require also some facilities, new facilities, and so on. So we have a very clear, laid down procedure to allocate which schools to start with and which ones to wait. Sometimes, because the resources are not enough, we decide to split. We have two competing projects. Like for example, a project of 20, the project requires 20 million, two projects 20 million, 20 million. We decide we are going to give them 10 this financial year, so that next financial year we can be able to give them the balance. Those are the things we consider. Equity, fairness, geographical distribution, region, access to education, and such other factors.
Wonderful. Let's come to question number 2 right away. Go ahead.
Okay, so my name is Maureen Seyan. I'm a student from Kajiado County, and I have a question for you, Professor Julius.
Yes, Ariane.
The recruitment of teachers has recently increased in the past years. It has been increasing. So what measures has the ministry taken to ensure there is equal or fair distribution of these teachers in the country?
Okay, the government has employed 100,000 teachers. And from our records, we have 453,000 teachers employed. We have 11 million students. So if you divide 11 million divided by 458, it is 24.05. Meaning for every one teacher, there are how many learners? 24 learners. Globally, the ratio should be 1 to 25 for primary.
So we're even doing better.
We're even doing better than the global standard. For secondary, it should be 1 to 35. But the biggest challenge we have here is not the number of teachers. It is the distribution of teachers. And it is the elephant in the room. Of course, we have shortage in some of the specialized areas like metalwork, electricity, aviation, these new areas, Chinese language, indigenous language. But there are not many schools which offer those courses. But the reality of the matter is when the government did a survey in 2022, the shortage of teachers in this country was 116,000. The government has employed 100,000.
100,000, yeah.
By now, the shortage should only be 16,000 nationally. But we still hear of a big shortage that I think sometimes is not very, very accurate.
Accurate, yeah.
So for me, once we do 16,000 teachers, we should never be talking about shortage of teachers in this country. Why? Because of the ratios. The ratio should speak for itself. Unless the configuration of how we are distributing teachers and expertise is the problem. In any case, we have reduced senior school into 2 classes. We have brought in junior school here. So I think there's something we can do to distribute and to ensure that teachers are sufficient. Because when you look at it more critically, the demand for teachers in Kenya is 40,000 per year. Every year, if we have 40,000 teachers, we should be good to go. We should be able to absorb those ones, 25,000 of them into government annually, and about 10,000 of them will go to other professions, and then another 5,000 goes to maybe private schools. 40,000 is the optimum that we need every year. But we have asked the universities not to overtrain, so that we can be able to deal with this problem of unemployment in the teaching profession. That is the conversation we're having.
Thank you. This is really, really wonderful. Now, let's come to our audiences online. What do they have to tell us? What questions are they giving us?
Good evening, Professor.
Kindly stand up. Kindly stand up. Yeah, so that we can see you. Yeah.
Good evening, Professor. Our viewers would like you to respond to 3 questions. The first, with the education budget increasing significantly over the last 3 years, how is the ministry ensuring that the additional funding translates into better learning outcomes in public schools? That is Oma Bernard from Kisumu on X. The second, STEM enrollment has now risen to over 52%. What specific initiatives is the ministry implementing to encourage more learners, especially girls, to pursue STEM-related courses? That is Faith Maritime from Kajiado County on Facebook. The last, Professor Bitok, digital learning is becoming increasingly important in education. What progress has been made in improving internet connectivity in public schools? That is Felix Mwangi from Taita Taveta on TikTok. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The 3 questions. First of all, on teachers, after increasing the number of teachers, obviously, the single most impactful resource for any learner is a teacher. So with the increased number of teachers, we expect the learning outcomes to increase. We expect more quality, because these are trained people, these are professionals. These are people who can handle situations. These are the people who have knowledge, and we expect the learning outcomes to be improved. Clearly, this country will never, with employment of 100,000 teachers, learning in this country, education in this country will never be the same again. That is huge impact. You can imagine 100,000 force who have been introduced into a system to be able to support learning. Learning outcomes, of course, will shoot up, will increase tremendously. Now, on this issue of girls, what are we doing to encourage girls to do STEM? I think, by and large, we are saying that, interestingly, in some counties in this country, girls are doing better than boys. Girls are doing better than boys. And unlike before, where there's a lot of stereotype about girls not focusing on sciences, I have visited schools where girls are very strong in sciences, mathematics, physics, chemistry. They are very, very good. But I want to say that of the 52% ratio of about 600,000 learners who have gone to senior school, who are doing STEM, the ratio is 49-48 for girls and boys. It's not significantly different. All learners are almost equal. They are almost very competitive. The difference is only 1% of the differences, and it can be either way. As at now, there are more boys interested in STEM by a difference of only 1%. So that is not really a major a major issue. Or rather, to put in other words, gender has no significance on whether one is going to do STEM, sports, or social sciences. All genders are almost equal in as far as doing STEM is concerned. The last question was about digital learning and KBC. And I want to say that KBC is going to be a game changer because KBC has 3 principal components. Number one, through KBC, the new system we're introducing, we're able to manage our data more effectively and more accurately. So we have a more structured data governance. We're able to know how many learners are in school today, how many have moved to a different school in the next term, and that kind of thing. Data management is central. The second issue is the information system. This will give us a feedback. Sitting in Jogo House, I should be able to monitor through our security center what is going on in our schools around the country. I should be able to get all that information summarized. How many students have reported, and I should be able to see that information, real data. That is the MIS part. In terms of management, I can make decisions real time on what is happening in a school in any part of this country, real time. Number 3 is digital learning. Through KBC, we are going to teach. We are going to deploy some of the content. We are going to deploy some of the textbooks through the system. We're going to say we'll be providing from time to time lessons. We can say today we have a mathematics class for grade 9. And somebody in a certain school can be able to teach through KBC network. And the government has now already rolled out infrastructure. Ministry of ICT is doing connectivity in all our schools. We are doing solarization, which we have connected to also connectivity. We are now deploying 25,000 laptops and smartboards in all our primary schools around the country. And those are the things which are going to aid and facilitate. And those laptops will have a software called KBC in them. So whenever it lands in the school, you know it's going to be used. You're going to use it to input data. You're going to use it to monitor what is happening in the school. And when you key in, the system is connected to the headquarters in Nairobi. Okay. And all the data will be like right now, starting last week, I've started constructing a data center, or not a data center, a security center in Nyao's first floor, where we shall be monitoring everything happening on matters education around the country.
Wow, this is really, really commendable. This is really commendable. Now, what are we doing about the issue of special schools and ensuring that they are well facilitated, because most of those learners are vulnerable?
Well, I want to say that we have mainstreamed SNE, special needs education, in our curriculum and in our systems. We have a fully fledged department called Directorate of Special Needs Education. Number 2, we have also KISE, which is Kenya Institute of Special Education, which trains people who are able to. Right, in the current financial year, we have a World Bank project. We have 2 billion. We are building 10 new special education centers around the country. Okay. In every region, we are going to be building special education centers. So we are also on course to support learners with different difficulties in learning. So we are on course on this. And even Kenya National Examination Council has provisions also to support special needs education, because we don't want to leave anybody behind. Because disability is not inability. We want to give every learner an opportunity to get quality education in this country. And we are on course. And we are on course. So,
and I'm sure that also includes children who have dyslexia.
Exactly.
So what about the issue that some people are saying that there's a shortage of textbooks and also the issue of technical teachers?
I've already answered about teachers. I said there are new areas which have been introduced under competence-based education in grade 10, which we don't have teachers, but we have a plan.
Okay.
Yes. We're saying things like aviation. Aviation is a new area. Yeah. Things like electricity, things like metalwork, woodwork, Chinese language. we are now we have talked to the universities.
Chinese pia bado iko hapo
Even Chinese bado wako hapo. So
1.5 billion people, so you need
exactly.
some,
So we need, now is another, UN has already recognized Chinese as one of the international languages.
Yeah.
So we must train our people. And again, there are too many Chinese around who are offering.
They are our biggest trading partner.
And we want them also to get a chance. By the way, I was in China 2 weeks ago. It's a great country. Yes, I've been actually trained in the West, going there all the time. But there's also other opportunities in China.
That's true.
And I want to encourage our learners. They can also think.
They can also go east and see
and get some opportunities.
Yes. Before you come to Africa.
Yes.
So now, finally, PS, what is the way forward? What is your general view in terms of the next 1 year as we get towards general elections? What are the key? What do we need to look forward to as you give your closing remarks?
Well, Spokes, I want to say that looking ahead, this country is headed in the first world on matters education. Looking at the investment, looking at the infrastructure, looking at all facets, this country is on the right track to a prosperous country. And education, as we know, is an equalizer. When we sustain this momentum for the next 10 years, this country will never be the same again. I've given you an example of getting 100,000 teachers in class. Look at the impact. Getting 23,000 classrooms. If we are able to maintain this momentum for the next 10 years, I am confident that this country will never be the same again. We'll change this country completely. Finally, and as I conclude,
before finally, the area of innovation, where is the innovation?
I want to say that on matters innovation, you see, at the heart of competence-based education is not CBET, CBE at the basic level. CBET is at the tertiary, at the TVET level. But at the core of competence-based education is capability, innovation, creativity, competence, talent. At the core. When you look at the learners we have in CB now, they are very, very creative. They are very creative. They can create anything, and you'll be surprised. When you go to drama festivals, you see what happens. They create funny things. When you go to the symposiums, and the affairs, you see what these learners can do. It's unimaginable.
Actually, we were with the president on Sunday at Jerry's. They even have systems, like they're even creating MIS systems in high school.
Imagine.
Even some of them were doing some, they want to go to a rocket.
So others create helicopters. And you wonder, this is a grade 9 student thinking about, they have seen an helicopter, they want to create their own. And it can fly.
See, I'm a top.
And it can fly. And you get surprised that these guys are they are too intelligent.
And then tell us something about Uzalendo, patriotism, because, we are one nation. We don't want to, What are we doing about that?
Okay, I want
national
to say
anthem,
that,
national creed, national loyalty.
I have written a circular to schools. We want schools to start singing the national anthem. We want to remove this thing of instrumentals because we need to build patriotism. But looking at the younger generation of Kenyans, they are very patriotic. They love their country. The only challenge with that generation, I think they have another way of looking at things, not like our generation. I think we are a bit more conservative. They are too dynamic, and they think freelance, thinking freelance. But in as far as the national values are concerned, we need to encourage our teachers around the country to continue teaching civics. Patriotism, the loyalty, the national anthem, so that we were able to produce our own. I want to tell you that it is very important to do that. Last but not least, the state of education in Kenya is strong, progressive, and focused to transforming this country into a first world. Singapore is real. Under education we are talking about.
Angalia kamera pale.
Thank you very much.
Sema nyuma yangu. Sema na spokes. Bonga na gava. And mimi ni Mkenya mzalendo. Je wewe. Mimi ni Mkenya mzalendo daima. Until next time, this has been great. Keep it right here on KBC and all our socials.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
a continent full of potential, a future full of possibility. The time is now. This May, the world watches Nairobi as Africa and France come together for innovation, growth, and the partnerships that will define our tomorrow. This is the Africa Forward Summit. On May 11th, KBC and Y254 go live from the University of Nairobi for the Africa Forward Business Forum, where 1,500 leaders, CEOs, and young entrepreneurs connect for green growth, AI, and investment. Then on May 12th, we take you live to the Kenyatta International Convention Center for the main Heads of State Summit, with the main focus being green industrialization and energy transition, reform of the international financial architecture, blue economy, sustainable agriculture, peace and security. Africa Forward Summit, live on KBC Channel 1 and Y254. Don't miss it.
Dial *524# today. If you believe you're the smartest and you deserve a spot on the Bongo Quiz show, play now. You can test your skills by playing Bongo Quiz, Bongo Express, or Bible Study. There's a million questions from different categories to be answered. Dial *524# and test your skills.
While hoping for a deal, the U.S. President Donald Trump says he's waiting for a response from Iran on a proposed peace deal. And the question is the war in the Middle East finally coming to a close? And will the costs of energy finally come down? You're watching the Prime Edition. And of course, tonight we have stories on why the residents or the farmers of Trans Nzoia County are up in arms against genetically modified food. Well, that story is coming up here. I told you you're watching the Prime Edition. We are live from Broadcasting House. My name is O'Brien Kimani. Welcome to the nation's most trusted newscast. We have all the stories in the business world, sports, as well as general news, and that is coming after the highlights. Going digital. Records of learners, teachers, and institutions to be digitized to enhance accountability in the education sector. Deluge of death. One person dies and several others are displaced by a landslide in Murang'a County, even as weather forecasts indicate a week of heavy rainfall. And season of billions. Safaricom registers a 61% rise in annual profit to 73.7 billion shillings. Well, Caroline Joroge is our sign language interpreter this evening. Welcome to the broadcast. President William Ruto has given the Ministry of Education 2 months to fully digitize the records of learners, teachers and schools to enhance accountability and curb losses of funds through ghost learners and non-existent schools. Speaking at the opening of the 22nd National Education Conference in Naivasha, President Ruto also defended the use of the e-citizen platform for school fees payment instead of cash transactions to enforce transparency and traceability.
Over 2,000 stakeholders in the education sector converged in Naivasha for a 3-day national education conference hosted by the Ministry of Education under the theme Driving Education Reforms Through Effective Leadership, Accountability and Collaboration. While opening the conference, President William Ruto pushed for accountability in the education sector, citing the recent audit report that uncovered ghost learners and schools, among other irregularities.
We had 800,000 pupils in primary school. Government paying close to $1.2 billion every year for learners that did not exist.
The president said the Konza Technopolis will be pivotal in digitizing all education records.
In the next 2 months, we're going to be working with Konza Technopolis to make sure that we digitize all the education details of every learner.
He further defended the government's directive on payment of school fees through e-citizen, saying digital payments enhance accountability.
We have some head teachers who have taken us to court that they do not want to pay parents to pay school fees on e-citizen.
The president also cited the recruitment of 100,000 teachers, construction of 23,000 classrooms and 1,600 laboratories as highlights of the government's investment in education. Meanwhile, President William Ruto indicated that the Higher Education Loans Board funding system will be reformed to make it more predictable and sustainable. Speaking at the same event, Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Migos Ogamba lauded the proposed increment in the education budget from 503 billion shillings to 767 billion shillings in the next financial year.
In the TVET subsector, enrollment continues to rise steadily, and we are progressing towards our target of 2 million. We are currently at almost 800,000, having moved from 297,000 in the year 2022 when this administration took office.
Joseph Wahungu for Prime Edition.
Thank you, Joseph Wahungu. President William Ruto has congratulated Justice Abdullahi Warsame on becoming the 14th judge of the country's apex court, noting that his wisdom and integrity will play a defining role in deepening public confidence in the rule of law. Justice Warsame was sworn in as a judge of the Supreme Court at State House, Nairobi on Thursday. President Ruto also witnessed the conferment of the rank of senior counsel on senior advocates Evans Thiga Gaturu and Judaida Wakonyo Warohio. The head of state noted that the Supreme Court, as the nation's top judicial institution, is the ultimate guardian of the Constitution and the impartial arbiter of Kenya's most profound legal and constitutional questions.
I, Mohammed Abdullahi Warsame, a judge of the Supreme Court, do swear in the name of the Almighty God to diligently serve the people and the Republic of Kenya.
Through landmark judgments, advisory opinions rendered during moments of national uncertainty, and jurisprudence that has strengthened the foundations of our democracy, the Supreme Court has continuously sought to ensure that justice prevails for every Kenyan without fear or favor. As you join your 6 colleagues on the bench, you now assume the solemn responsibility of preserving the court's distinguished institutional heritage.
Also, one person has died and hundreds of others have been left homeless following a landslide in Gadhongo village in Mathioya, Murang'a County. Mathioya Assistant County Commissioner Evelyn Matu said that more than 100 people have been displaced and are being sheltered in safer areas. The incident comes amid caution by the Kenya Meteorological Department that the country is headed for yet another week of heavy rainfall.
Gadhongo village, Murang'a County. Heavy downpour has left residents on edge.
The vagaries of weather have left one person dead and displaced others.
Boma yao ambapo kijana wao mmoja alikuwa amelala usiku iliweza kufagiliwa na matope ambayo ilitokana na mvua. Pande ya juu ilikuja ikafagia nyumba moja ya kulala ambapo kijana alikuwa, na asubuhi ya leo ndio amejulikana na wazazi kwamba alikuja usiku na aliweza kufariki. Na boma yao pia imekuwa affected, kwamba nyumba yao imeathirika, hawawezi ishi hapa kwa saa hii.
The situation is likely to worsen in the coming days given the latest weather advisory. The Kenya Meteorological Department says areas in highlands west and east of the Rift Valley, the Lake Victoria Basin, Central Highlands including Nairobi, are expected to receive more than 20 milliliters of rainfall within 24 hours. The department warns that the heavy downpour could trigger flash floods, especially in low-lying and downstream areas, even in places not currently receiving heavy rainfall. Counties likely to be affected include Nairobi, Kiambu, Nakuru, Kisumu, Kakamega, Bungoma, Busia, Nyeri, Murang'a, Embu, Meru, Kirinyaga, Narok, Kericho, Kisii, Migori, Nyamira, Bomet, Uasin Gishu and parts of Turkana, Samburu, Kajiado and Machakos among others. Meteorologists say the rainfall intensity is expected to spread to parts of the northern region before gradually reducing from the 14th of May. Residents have now been advised to avoid walking or driving through moving water, stay away from open fields and trees during thunderstorms, and exercise caution in landslide-prone areas, especially around the Aberdare Ranges and Mount Kenya region. Authorities are also calling on disaster response agencies and county governments to remain on high alert as the country continues to experience the long rain season. Michael Mondiga for Prime Edition.
United Democratic Alliance is set to conduct its primaries on Friday to pick its candidate for the Ol Kalou parliamentary contest. Nomination materials arrived in Ol Kalou town and was stored at Ol Kalou police station ahead of tomorrow's nomination exercise. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua's DCP is also anticipated to hold its primaries this coming Saturday.
The Ol Kalou parliamentary contest set for July 16th is gaining momentum as interested political parties begin to pick their candidates. The ruling UDA party on Thursday ferried nomination materials ahead of the exercise on Friday.
By 4 a.m. in the morning, we are going to dispatch all the gadgets to the respective polling centers. And then in the evening, after the voting has ended, we are going to establish, we are working on establishing a tallying center.
Speaking after receiving the materials, the UDA Elections Board assured party members that the nomination process will be free, fair and transparent.
Tunapigisha kura kulingana na system ambayo inahitaji yule mwenye kitambulisho apeleke kitambulisho yake pale in person na itakuwa scanned na ile gadget yetu.
Sisi kama chama hatuna a preferred candidate. Tunataka watu wote wa Ol Kalou waweze decide wao wenyewe.
According to UDA, the exercise will kick off at 7 a.m. and close at 5 p.m. Rigathi Gachagua's DCP is also expected to conduct its nomination on Saturday.
Ballot papers ya DCP iko safe, iko na enough security features. Uchaguzi itasimamiwa kama ya IBC. Kila mtu atoke nyumbani aende achague yule ambaye anampenda, ambaye ndio atapeperusha bendera ya DCP.
The by-election slated for July is seeking to fill the vacancy left following the death of late MP David Kiaraho in March.
Wakuje kwa nomination ya DCP ambaye itakuwa free and fair, mtoe kiongozi moja ambaye atapeperusha bendera.
Meanwhile, a newly formed political party, Msingi wa Utaifa, has condemned the use of goons for political expediency.
Hatutaweza kusikiliza serikali ikisema kuna goons katika nchi ya Kenya, kwa sababu jukumu la security ya kila Mkenya, kuwe na uchaguzi kusiwe na uchaguzi, iko mikononi na mabega ya serikali. Kwa hivyo hiyo tunataka serikali iwe usukani na kusiwe na blame game ya kusema ni upinzani wanafanya hiyo kazi.
The party's officials are also calling on IBC to extend the enhanced voter registration exercise. Give us Minor, Prime Edition.
Thank you, Giverson Minor, for that report. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Diaspora Affairs as well, has decried inadequate funding as a key challenge inhibiting the protection of Kenyans abroad. Appearing before the Senate Labour Committee, Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi said the embassy in Moscow, Russia, has only 6 officials with no safe houses to shelter Kenyans rescued from the ongoing Russia special operation. The government is now relying on negotiations with the Russian military to return at least 271 Kenyans who are engaged in the war.
The Senate's Committee on Labour Migration invited the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs to explain measures the government was taking to curb fraudulent enlistment of Kenyans to the Russian military. The Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi decrying inadequate funding of embassies and lack of safe houses for sheltering Kenyans in distress as key challenges undermining government's efforts to protect Kenyans abroad.
We have not been seeing substantial resource allocation for this kind of interventions. In the law, we even proposed to set up a welfare fund, diaspora welfare fund, to help create some resource for this kind of interventions.
The Ministry of Foreign Relations has admitted it was unable to track AI-generated recruitment of Kenyans who were signing the contracts knowing they were joining the war as combatants.
The large number of Kenyans in the diaspora, and it continues to grow. Therefore, as it grows, we must anticipate increased challenges.
It would be good for Kenyans for you to intervene and tell the president, for example, hey, even as we are dishing 10,000 each to each teacher whom we have hosted here, our foreign missions are suffering.
2 months ago, the Prime Cabinet Secretary led a delegation to Moscow, Russia, where Kenya and Russia committed that there will be no more movement of Kenyans to join the Russian-Ukraine war. The senators, however, are questioning the rationale of the bilateral agreements if Kenyans are still being recruited to join the war.
Since these Kenyans were caught up on the front line from the Russian perspective and they are captured, we also want the Russian Federation to include them when there's a prisoner exchange as one way of ensuring that those Kenyans can come back.
Gishuki Washira, Prime Edition.
Karibu.
A section of human rights defenders have faulted the ruling of the Court of Appeal on criminalization of abortion, saying it has brought confusion and fear among girls, women and health care service providers. They insist that it may restrict women health workers from rendering the services during a rape case, defilement, or when a woman's life is at risk.
On Thursday, a section of human rights defenders held a peaceful march in Nairobi in response to the Court of Appeal ruling issued on 24th April 2026, stating that abortion is not a fundamental right. This was in overturning a 2022 decision at Malindi High Court that had recognized abortion as a fundamental right and the protection of women and girls to access these essential healthcare services and protecting healthcare service providers when providing abortion services.
Without that mother, there is no life to that unborn child. So it's unless we protect the life of that mother, it's the only way we can be able to protect our women.
The lobby group added that the decision has brought confusion and could deny women their right to such services during emergencies.
It has done damage because there is no medical practitioners and especially at the community level in the grassroots, in the informal settlement, who will want to risk his life, his career, to attend to a woman maybe who is going to seek for post-abortion services.
The group has asked the Court of Appeal to maintain the culture and the Constitution that abortion care is a fundamental right in life-threatening circumstances. circumstances.
All we are trying to do, it's unfair, it's unconstitutional, and we are imploring not only the Kenyan people, but also Parliament and all the other actors to ensure that such injustices do not stand.
The Penal Code to be aligned with the Constitution and amending Section 16 of the Children's Act 2022 are not only a legal necessity but also a critical step towards safeguarding the health, rights and dignity of women and girls in Kenya.
They also presented their petition to the Ministry of Health, Gender and Senate. Kasicha Namasha, Prime Edition.
Still on Parliament, where the House has been petitioned to pass legislation designed to reduce methane emissions in the country to curb increase of air pollutants, greenhouse emissions and short-lived climate pollutants in the future. The cause came on Thursday during a dialogue on methane emissions in Kenya, where stakeholders sounded the alarm on rising temperatures and increasing climate extreme, urging policymakers to act urgently.
During the media breakfast that brought together legislators, climate actors and environment and science journalists, among others, to discuss methane emissions in Kenya, researchers pointed to Africa and Kenya contributing little to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet highly bearing the brunt of the impact of climate change.
Agriculture is a huge issue, especially in this region, and agricultural productivity is affected by methane emissions. We see asthmatic cases growing, not just in the developed world, but now increasingly much more in the developing world. We see lost labor because of the climate change impacts and methane being a big emitter.
Locally, waste management, which is a major contributor to methane emissions, is a devolved function. 1.5 million tons of organic waste go untreated each year in Nairobi alone, decaying into methane landfills, dump sites and waterways. Methane gas from anaerobic decomposition of organic waste is 84 times more harmful to global warming than carbon dioxide over a 20-year horizon, making methane the single highest leverage near-term climate target. Senate Clerk Jeremiah Nyegenye argues that methane reduction can only succeed if the county governments are adequately informed, supported, resourced and held accountable.
Effective representation requires more than formal processes. It requires that citizens understand what the issues at stake are. If our people do not understand methane, they cannot meaningfully address it.
Livestock waste and eccentric fermentation in Kenya account for up to 40% of total agricultural emissions. To combat this, Kenya aims for a 32% reduction in emissions by 2030, targeting improved livestock breeding, enhanced forages and scaling up biogas production from manure.
We note that there are a number of regulations and acts already we have, but nothing specific for methane. So I think it's upon Parliament now to really structure specific methane regulations, because we're all riding on the issue of normal climate change.
The media is on its part being urged to continue playing its watchdog role and interrogate data, question inconsistencies and hold government agencies accountable for their commitments. Under the theme Enhancing Public Understanding and Parliamentary Action in Methane Reduction in Kenya, the host country is pledging to ensure that perspectives are informed by evidence. Yusufar reporting for Prime Edition.
Well, you're watching the Prime Edition live from Broadcasting House. On this newscast, we shall be looking at the advertising sector and the global trends. If you thought that advertising is on its way out, then you got it twisted. The numbers are looking impressive, with the projections indicating that in the year 2026, the revenue from advertising will reach about 1.3 trillion trillion US dollars. Yes, the US market will continue to dominate this sector. And the question is, what are the trends in Kenya? I have a guest who will be helping us to break down the numbers, so you had better stay right here. We are taking our first break and then we are coming back with more.
Wakenya, ni wakati mwingine wa kuhakikisha kuwa umefile KRA returns. Je, uko rada una challenge yoyote? Usiwe na shaka. KRA wakishirikiana na KBC Channel 1 wanakuja hapo ulipo kusaidia kufile returns na kulipia ushuru wako. Jiunge na msafara wa KRA Roadshow, uwe fiti mambo ya returns. Ijumaa ya tarehe 8 mwezi Mei tunazuru eneo la Kiambu kuanzia Kikuyu, Limuru, Kimende, Kagwi, Githunguri, Kiambu Town, Banana na kisha tumalizie Ruaka. Tarehe 30 Juni iko mlangoni. Usingoje hadi dakika za mwisho. File KRA returns mapema. Ishi bila stress. Jijue, jibeta. KRA, tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee.
UN?
Who's we? You and me?
Yeah. Of course. Any couple not planning on marrying is just messing around. A decent woman like you wouldn't do that, would you?
What does that mean? Your old way of just flipping the table and taking off? That's a queen, not a girlfriend.
Love has really done wonders for him. He's not bedridden anymore. He even runs faster than before.
That's right.
Welcome back. An affidavit containing a medical report by a doctor at Karen Hospital filed last minute in the petition challenging the impeachment of former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has introduced new issues, prompting the court to set a day for its hearing. Thursday afternoon, the respondents urged the court to expunge the alleged medical record, arguing that it was inconsistent with the procedures and be allowed to cross-examine the doctor who saw the affidavit to shed more light on the patient's medical records. And as Ruth Wamboi reports, the lawyers of the National Assembly and the Senate have maintained that the impeachment proceedings were done in accordance with the law as elected body.
When the proceedings came up for hearing on Thursday, lawyers representing Rigathi Gachagua further challenged the Senate's handling of the impeachment, particularly its decision to continue with the hearing despite his illness.
But again, look at the affidavit of Honorable Jerry Maina. Again, Honorable Jerry Maina is not any other person. She's an MP, a member of parliament, who sat all through in that parliament, who sat and contributed to that motion. When she tells you that in her constituency there was no public participation, who am I to deny?
In regard to public participation, the intentment of the Constitution and of the citizens of Kenya when we promulgated the Constitution was that public participation must follow a process that produces nothing but the best.
The three-judge bench had the Senate improperly relied on internal standing orders requiring impeachment proceedings to be concluded within 7 days, yet no such timeline exists under the Constitution. The petitioners argue that instead of deploying the select committee route, the House chose plenary hearings, which was a procedural failure that violated the former Deputy President's right to a fair trial.
It's founded on recognition of culture and ethnic identity. Therefore, in the face of Kenya's diversity, the Constitution requires that various state officers led by the President should take into account ethnic and regional diversity in making public appointment and allocation of resources.
According to the affidavit by cardiologist Dr. Dan Gikonyo, President William Ruto called him directly to inquire about Gachagua's health on the day the Senate voted to remove him from office.
Mr. Mwite's senior counsel has had over 1 year, 2 years, to explain the whereabouts of the petitioner to appear before Senate. And my lord, it is surprising that this affidavit comes almost 2 years after the adjournment by Senate on the 17th of October 2024. That is what I want to add, my Lord. My Lord, this affidavit is grossly prejudicial.
Can he confine himself to admissibility so that we deal with that issue? With regard to the other content, depending on what the court says, there will be time to go into it.
It states that Gachagua had been admitted to Karen Hospital between October 17, 2024 and 20th October 2024, suffering from severe chest pain.
Hospital records to prove that, which I told you are system generated. When you get the date of discharge, given at the top of that exhibit GDKG3, it is 20th November 2024, 1:36 p.m. More than a month later.
Jurisdiction.
And after Professor Githumigai submitted this evening as the first respondent, the other respondents sought an adjournment from tomorrow's proceedings, instead choosing to grill Dr. Gikonyo on Wednesday.
This is not accidental draftsmanship. These are deliberate constitutional choices that vest the impeachment power firmly and finally in the hands of Parliament, and not the courts.
The former deputy president who abandoned reinstatement is now seeking compensation retirement benefits attached to the office and damages.
13th of May, that is next Wednesday, at 9 a.m., courtroom 418, our usual court.
Poking holes on the petitioner's submissions, the respondents have asked the court not to allow the invitation to substitute Parliament's decision, but rather adjudicate the matter. The hearing will continue next Wednesday, whereby the cardiologist Dan Gikonyo is set to appear before the court and shed more light, as he will be cross-examined by the Senate and the National Assembly's Council. Ruth Wamboi reporting from Milimani Ceremonial Hall.
The shortage of dentists and poor oral health awareness in North Constituency, Busia County, are forcing hundreds of residents to live with chronic dental problems, often ending in painful tooth extractions. According to the Kenya Dentist Association, the country has 2,000 registered dentists against the population of over 50,000 people. These and more stories in next County Roundup.
Speaking during a free medical camp at Kocholia Medical Training College, Teso North dentists led by Dr. Farouk Saratia and Lien Dero challenged locals to have regular dental checkups. The professionals added that the severe shortage of dentists in rural areas, coupled with low oral health awareness, has left many families in Teso North suffering from long-term dental problems.
What I aim to do is to bring an increased level of dental intelligence to the community by teaching them, reviewing with them, and helping them to level up their oral health knowledge.
Every 6 months, get a cleaning, get your mouth checked for any tumors or any decay that is starting.
Elsewhere, tuk-tuk operators in Nyahururu town in Laikipia County have staged protests accusing the county leadership of harassment after they were allegedly barred from operating along the Nyahururu-Laikipia University Road despite their compliance with all the required procedures.
Sisi wafanyakazi katika maofisi tulikuwa tunatumia 40 to 1 hour. Sasa wakati tuk-tuk zilikuja tumeweza kufanya ile time management. Watu hatuchelewi kwa ofisi, wanafunzi hawachelewi.
Meanwhile, His Eminence Archbishop Andreas Macarius says the Orthodox Church education program, offering free education to vulnerable children at St. Clement Orthodox Primary School in Dagoretti South, has enabled many children to acquire quality education.
They are not able to pay the school fees, but we are giving them the opportunity at this moment to study free.
Finally, youths in Kilifi have been urged to take advantage of vocational training opportunities available in local institutions to acquire skills that will open doors to employment.
I urge the managers to diversify the courses
so that wanafunzi wanapotaka kusoma course tofauti tuwe tunaweza kusomesha hawa vijana ili wawe watafit in the job market. And I've always been saying as the CC, we are not only training for Kilifi jobs, we are training for Kenya, we are training for the whole world.
Joy Naomi reporting for Prime Edition.
Time now to look at the business world, where Safaricom has reported a 73.7 billion shillings in full-year net profit, up 61% from 46 billion shillings, pushed up by higher service revenue and narrower losses from the Ethiopian subsidiary. The company has proposed a final dividend payout of 1 shillings and 15 cents.
M-Pesa revenue grew 13.4% to 182.7 billion shillings. Connectivity revenue rose 9.8% to 211.4 billion shillings, while fixed service and IoT's revenue increased 12.8% to 20.01 billion shillings. Overall, service revenue increased 11.5% to 414.14 billion shillings. This pushed up the net profit from the Kenyan operations from 94.95 billion shillings to 118.35 billion shillings. However, the Ethiopian subsidiary remained in the red, posting an earnings loss before interest and taxes of 30.1 billion shillings. This was key in cutting Safaricom Group's profit to 73.7 billion shillings.
We have sustained strong growth in service revenue, driven primarily by M-Pesa and data, while maintaining profitability despite the continued investment in Ethiopia.
The teleco has proposed a final dividend payout of 1 shilling and 15 cents, which, in addition to the 85 cents per share interim dividends, pushes up then total dividend payout of this year to 80.13 billion shillings.
We are proud to announce a record dividends for financial year 26 of 2 shillings. And I know 2 shillings sounds like a small number. Let me put it now in numbers, totaling 80 billion Kenya shillings, which is a 66.7% increase year-on-year on dividends.
Safaricom is worried that elevated geopolitical tensions, including the conflict involving Iran, could affect foreign exchange.
Geopolitical uncertainty, inflationary pressures, currency volatility, changing consumer dynamics, war in the Middle East continue to affect the cost of doing business and customer affordability.
Benson Rioba reporting for Prime Edition.
Thank you, Benson Rioba, for that report. Inadequate financing is a major hindrance in the adoption of green buildings in the country. The government is banking on the draft National Green Fiscal Incentives Policy Framework. It says once operationalized will spur adoption of green buildings in the country. The policy provides green fiscal reforms that will drive investment in projects and programs that adopt climate-friendly mechanisms.
From a certification perspective, I would say you need to consider energy efficiency, you need to look at water conservation, the quality of air quality within the home, and lastly, the materials that you use in building.
Stakeholders at the Green Building Standard and Certification Workshop explored how green building standards and certification systems can be leveraged to strengthen risk assessment and underwriting, unlock green finance product, and accelerate investment in low-carbon and climate-resilient buildings in the industry.
We are keen on developing an e-building, a national e-buildings permitting, approval and management system that is an enabler system or a platform for all the regulatory institutions, for all the counties, for all stakeholders that are involved in the building approval process.
If you're looking for, global tenants or players who want access to premium developments, in terms of also finance, if you're looking for funding, a lot of financiers now are looking at investing in projects which are green.
Deputy Director, Safety and Climate Resilience at the State Department for Public Works, Kennedy Matheka, noted that the Green Fiscal Incentive will offer incentives to investors to spur the uptake and adoption of green buildings in the country.
Government developed the green incentive policy in the year 2025 to cover the wider public sector, and therefore we are required as a sector now to come forward and develop sector-specific proposals that should be forwarded to the National Treasury for consideration.
Madeka acknowledged the challenges in the sector, pledging to address the issues mapped out for reforms.
We have mapped a clear roadmap on how to solve most of the issues that have been raised over time, and this is part of the the development framework or the reform agenda that we have put forward as a ministry, so that we address most of the issues that have been raised as challenges of the sector.
For Prime Edition, I'm Ben Troenjue.
Businesses should explore opportunities along the ongoing 749-kilometre infrastructure development under the Horn of Africa Gateway Development Project. Kenya National Highways Authority Regional Director Engineer Howard Mumbanyi says the corridor is expected to support businesses engaged in livestock, mining, trade and construction sectors. Regina Manyara with the details.
The Horn of Africa Gateway Development Project, which cuts across parts of Isiolo and Meru counties, is expected to reshape northern Kenya's economic landscape by improving mobility, opening up new markets, and lowering the cost of doing business.
We have completed most of the major structures. All the 38 box culverts are done. The bridges are at 80% complete. The crosspipe culverts are at 70% complete. Improved subgrade layer works are at about 55% complete. Our target for this year is to complete 90 kilometers of road. That will work out to about 70% of the project.
The infrastructure project is expected to significantly strengthen trade within the Horn of Africa region, while also supporting value addition of livestock and minerals.
Apart from the livestock that is existing now and people just walking around grazing, what if they could do something fundamentally different on the breeding, on growing, on the treatment, the husbandry side of it, so that, for example, you have species that are able to reproduce more, so that we're able to move more camels to Saudi Arabia from the north, we're able to move more goats to Germany, we're able to move more sheep, and the kind of activities that largely support the living and the economy of this area.
Coordinated investments in transport, energy, and digital connectivity are expected to trigger a structural shift in employment patterns. Beyond mobility, the project will stimulate auxiliary services such as warehousing, hospitality, retail, and housing, especially in emerging urban centers along the corridor. Once this particular project is complete, it no longer talks about connectivity, but also gives the people of Kenya, and especially this region, a lifeline of social-economic development. I'm Regina Manyara reporting from Kilometer Zero in Isiolo County for KBC Channel 1.
Thank you, Regina, for keeping us up to date on the developments taking place in northern part of Kenya. Kenya is pushing ahead with major reforms for savings and credit cooperative organizations, aiming to strengthen governance, safeguard member savings, and improve financial resilience. The new reforms proposed creation of a deposit guarantee fund to secure member deposits and a central liquidity facility to stabilize the cooperative movement in the country.
The Sacco Societies Amendment Bill of 2025 seeks to strengthen regulation, oversight and financial stability within savings and credit cooperative organizations. This is by establishing a secondary Sacco for Central Liquidity Facility for Saccos, mandatory licensing by the Sacco Societies Regulatory Authority, and stricter governance, including jail terms for breaches. The Cooperative's Cabinet Secretary says the new reforms will ensure that only well-capitalized SACCOs operate, protecting members and the broader financial system.
We are also establishing a stabilizing fund that will make sure that if there is financial stress of any SACCO, they are able to tap into a stabilization fund until they stabilize.
Oparanya has underscored the role of corporate social investments in impacting local communities while reinforcing financial stability.
So we have been doing a lot of CSR, and we don't call them CSR, we call them corporate social investment. When I say investment, that means that the money we put in the project that we are doing, we will always get returns to this investment.
This project reflects a deep understanding of corporate social responsibility, and as the chairman has said, it's a corporate social investment, not merely as an obligation, but as a strategic investment in people, in institutions, and the country at large.
They were speaking during the launch of a saluting dais constructed by the Kenya National Police DT Sacco at GSU Embakasi Barracks in Nairobi that will be used by the disciplined forces during events.
The SACCOs tell us that corporate social investments like this one behind me are what attracts members into their institutions. Alan Aoko, Prime Edition.
Many thanks, Alan Aoko. Mount Kilimanjaro is a perfect backdrop at near Amboseli National Park for photographers and nature enthusiasts in the month of May. Amboseli National Park's expansive savannas are green after the recent rains breathed new life into the landscape, offering stunning views of Mount Kilimanjaro's snow-capped peaks, as highlighted tonight on Magical Scenes.
Amboseli National Park offers breathtaking views of nature's finest artistry. Situated at the foot of the majestic Mount Kilimanjaro, Amboseli National Park is a lush paradise, offering an unrivaled spectacle that captivates the hearts of all who venture here. During this time of the year, the park's expansive savannas are a vibrant green, thanks to the rains that have breathed new life into the landscape. This is considered the perfect backdrop for photographers and nature enthusiasts eager to capture the iconic mountain. The wildlife here are in full flourish during this time of the year. Herds of elephants, for which the park is renowned, traverse the plains with a graceful majesty, their young ones playfully trailing behind. The park's wetlands attract several bird species, bird watchers finding themselves in an avian paradise. Here, predators too are more visible as they take advantage of the abundance of prey.
National Park is very beautiful because of the wildlife which is present within the park. Within the park, we have over 56 mammals which can be seen from time to time. And we also have all except one when we talk about the big five. We have the lions, we have the leopards, we have the cheetahs, we have the buffaloes, all can be seen in the park at any given time. And so apart from that, Amboseli is also known as the home of African elephants because of the number of elephants which are residing within the park. And so it is only within Amboseli when you can be able, where you are able to see a large herds of elephants at any one given time.
So whether you are seeking adventure, tranquility, or inspiration, Amboseli will offer you memories that you can treasure long after you leave. Nchuma Odim, Magical Sense, in Kajiado.
nikashangaa mnaleta kotini sababu ya 250,000 only. Kumbuka kurudi chini nilikutana na ngumi ya kifua pumu kali. Nikamuuliza bwana, unie tunaulizana nini? Hiyo strike yetu ni mtu ya kukosa goli akapiga mpira mpaka Northwest. Sasa si hivyo ndio ile pondeswa.
Anaona hao watu wengine hao iko chini, hakuna kitu unaweza waambia yeye.
So they come the guys inside. Walitoa fujo, wakatukanana, halafu vitu zangu za hoteli zikafunjwa. TV yangu ile kubwa ya 2 inches ikafunjwa.
Tulia. 2 inches ni gani?
Wiki hii kwenye Mkulima tunajifunza jinsi ya kukuza kitunguu saumu.
Ukitaka kupata mbegu, unaenda kwa mtu mwenye amelima, unaiona hapa, unaona ndio. Practically unaona kwa macho. Ninakuuzia gari inaitwa Rwanda. Hiyo Rwanda unaiona wapi? Iko hapa.
Ungana nasi Jumamosi saa 10:30 hapa KBC Channel 1 kwa mseto kamili wa kilimo.
Well, I was talking about the advertising industry in the world. And you're looking at a sector which is expected to grow in terms of revenue to about 1.36 trillion US dollars. That is huge. When you factor in that the economy of Africa combined is about 3.2 trillion US dollars. So you're talking about big numbers. And the US market will continue to dominate this industry, generating revenues of up to 511 billion US dollars. These are huge numbers that I'm throwing around recklessly, but they make a point. Even here in Kenya, the sector is expected to grow, and revenues are expected to top about 200 billion Kenya shillings by the year 2030. Those are also huge numbers here. And so guess who is going to break down the numbers for us and help us understand where the trend is going? We're talking to Dipesh Jha. He's the co-founder of The Partners, one of the leading creative agency here in Kenya. Thank you very much, Dipesh, for joining us here. You were telling me that you've been in this space for 3 decades.
You just gave away my age. Yeah, but yes, I've been in this industry for precisely 31 years.
What have you learned?
My God. I think advertising is a brilliant industry. As a creative person, it is challenging because decade on decade, advertising has reinvented itself. So to keep pace as an industry creative person, you have to learn new skills on the fly. So, I mean, one thing that every person in advertising will truly understand is what you have to learn is to accept change. And that is the biggest lesson that we have learned as an industry. And surprisingly, when it comes to applying technology and learnings into media, advertising is usually at the forefront of testing that technology.
And I mean, 3 decades is not a short time. And you're talking about the changes and the transformation that has happened in this space in the last 3 decades. Which one is the most profound for you?
It's good to ask a question which is more profound. I think if we talk in the current terms, where we are living in the age of generative AI and AI in our lives, I think one of the most profound things that I have learned and seen and observed, and a lot of industry is also picking up, is that strangely enough, AI is teaching emotional fluency back to people and the importance of it. So, I mean, in a world that is going to be dictated by a lot of AI sameness, I think 2 things are going to be very good, which is the absolute acceptance of human imperfection. That is going to be celebrated.
The human imperfection.
Absolutely. It's the same thing like when you look at crafts. Today, a handmade item is way more expensive
Yeah.
than a machine-made item, whereas CNC and cutting technology has reached another level. But when you buy something, so similarly, advertising is going to celebrate a lot of human fluency. And that is the biggest learning lesson for me.
I mean, there is a feeling that the human face in advertising is fast being replaced by graphics, by robots, by AI.
Oh, I have to tell you this story.
Please do.
Of technology and advertising's understanding of technology. I mean, it was, I say this story to a lot of people, but 2005, I was at Cannes during the, Cannes Lion is the biggest advertising festival. I was there. And Honda that year won the Marketer of the Year award. And when they announced the award, guess who walked up to the stage? It was Asimo, the Honda robot. And
Wow.
that was 20 years back. So from that day, we have been constantly under the threat that, technology is going to take over advertising. They invented a robot in Japan that could write copy literally.
Yeah.
Fluency with a pen. Today, generative AI can generate copy.
Yeah.
But it's not going to replace. I think the misconception is that generative AI is a substitute to human talent, but it's the other way around. It is because AI only learns from what we put out, and we still have the capability to put out way more intelligent things that AI learns from us.
And so what I'm getting from you is that we are not looking at a situation whereby the human hand, the human mind, the human eyes will be removed completely from the game.
Not at all. Not at all. Actually, in fact, the flip side is happening. So there are a few things. You've got to understand agentic AI, generative AI, and the impact of AI in culture. And I'll explain that very, very simply. Agentic AI does not really live in the advertising world. It's more for industries. AI as efficiency definitely is going to take over, and it is going to impact jobs because there are things like planning, execution of items. Those roles will get replaced by AI because it's way more efficient. So I'll give you an example. I mean, we upgraded our software in the agency. We're called the partnership. So when we upgraded the software, and I come from an era, since I have given away my age, when my, I'll tell you, honestly, the first Apple machine that was lying in our office in India was, we booted it on, there was just one machine, that's all the office could afford. When it turned on, the screen was color, but the only thing it could do was move text around. And today, you've come to a place where, AI can do that to a level which is phenomenal. You take a Photoshop when we go in and you want to change the background, you can change it in one prompt. So efficiency, speed, all of that is going to go up. But does it replace the person behind the machine? No. We have not reached that place where anyone can walk up to that software and ask for it to do something. It still requires the expert to control it.
Help me understand this. I mean, when you look at the advertising value chain, you have multiple professionals involved, from copywriters to producers, directors, creative writers, and authors. Going forward, who is at risk of losing their job?
Interesting. So what's going to happen is, I think, largely the execution teams.
The execution?
The execution teams are going to have to either skill up or absolutely upskill themselves or become redundant. But what's not going to get affected is the core thinking team, because the advertising, like the sameness in strategy will be felt in 2 to 3 presentations if you try and build your decks from AI. Because you'll find if you go into a pitch, you have 3 people pitching and they put in the same problem. AI will generate the same 3 solutions in 3 different laptops. We've tried it in office. We've asked AI to prompt solutions, and all of us sitting in the room, we died laughing. We get the same response. So there is, you see, we have got to avoid this, I like to call is the beige age, which is everything will look the same. So I think it's execution that is under threat, not thinking.
When you look at the integration of AI, generative AI, machines, Internet of Things, will the industry get better?
Yes.
Or what is going to happen going forward? Or will it become complicated?
No, Brian, that's very interesting. I mean, I was so tempted to give you a LinkedIn answer to that and throw some industry jargons at you. Like AI as a layer of reality, purpose as statement, etc. But I think the best way to answer that question is to flip it and see what does the consumer have to gain from this era. And that sort of will answer this very clearly for you. What's going to happen? Two things. Is that typically where advertising started was advertising was a show performed on stage under harsh lights in a studio. We shot a commercial, we put it out, and then we hoped and prayed that the consumer would like it. You see, that's where it started. Today, where we are is that the consumer is going to get more and more in control of what that advertising is going to look like. Not through a pre-quality research to say, I don't like this or I want it, but they will slowly become brand custodians. Today, like you support a club, you are the owner of that brand.
Yeah.
A similar narrative is going to be written in advertising where if you like a brand, you will become a brand champion.
Yeah.
And technology will empower brands to co-create with not just influencers, but with their end consumers. So that's the biggest shift that is going to happen.
That is going to shape this industry going forward. When you study, consumer trends, do they prefer commercials or adverts generated by human beings, or the ones that are generated by AI, machines, and robotics?
A very, very good question. You see, I think there are two parts to look at it. The software creators who are going to sell this as software as a like a service, so they will as a subscription, so they will push for generative AI making things. So if you see the video creator and all of the things that you see on socials, very slowly what is happening is that the novelty value of having created something is dying very fast. So I think generative AI will have a place, but a lot of brands are choosing very wisely and ethically over how they use generative AI. For example, content creation, what is the source of that content idea coming from? Is it ownable? If it is not, it's not ethical. Second thing is that if you are replacing, I mean, you would have understood long back, I can't take brand names, can I?
Yeah.
You can't, because they were just in the news you had in the segment earlier. There was a huge confrontation that the industry had with that particular brand using generative AI models in outdoor to make it cheaper and not use human models. So I think a lot of brands have learned is that when it comes to humans, and that's where emotion fluency comes, it will still have to be human, not AI. But AI can come in to make other processes cheaper. For example, speaking in industry terms, like if I have to show scale and I shoot you and I want to change the background and make you stand on top of Eiffel Tower, it's possible today without going to shoot in Paris.
Yeah.
So those things...
So it brings down the cost.
It brings down the cost. I think what AI is becoming is a great tool in the hands of creative people to finally even tell small clients that, you may not have the budget, but here is a big idea and I can execute it for you at a very nominal cost. AI is not free, by the way.
There's a cost, definitely.
There is, and there are going to be AI specialists. So I can't disclose brand names, but there's somebody that we're working with where we are creating something with AI, and it's an AI director based in LA who specializes in creating this, and the output is so different from what you and I would prompt. So it's not that AI will take away jobs, it'll also create specialists who will be able to harness this power and to create things fluidly.
Dipesh, when you are, and I like the fact that you've been around, for quite a long time, and so you've seen many sunshines. And when you work on a commercial, when you work on an advert that is heavy on AI, that is heavy on robots and artificial intelligence, and on the other hand, you work on a concept that is heavy on human beings, does it feel the same?
So to put it, to explain, is that, technology and AI has reached a place where when you work with AI, it's like how much brand bravery do you have, in the sense that how much is your canvas in doing it. So within AI, you can have the same amount of fun and delight in creation and output as you can with like absolutely human-based products. So whether it's shooting a commercial or doing a still or thinking of an idea that does not involve technology. So strangely enough, like I said, advertising will always test the frontiers. And so far, it has been so good that both can coexist without fighting for each other.
If you have a child who is planning to venture into this space and they are planning to go to college and study advertising, what would you tell them?
I would say that you're going to have it way easier than we did in terms of the number of hours, because AI is going to take away the chore part of advertising and give you enough time to think. Because in advertising, like we always tell clients, and this is my personal best, like go-to dialogue when I tell people, is that we are in an industry where intelligence is a unit of time. Because we are constantly the 11th hour specialists. So in the final 11th hour, if you can give me more time to think and less to execute, you're giving me an advantage. And that is what AI is bringing to the table.
When you look at, the Kenyan trainings industry, are you convinced that we are churning out graduates who are job ready, who are market ready?
I think so. I think, you see, every market has a certain scale. And given the scale of what marketing is developing in Kenya, there are institutes, there are universities, and there are programs in which, like even we work. And we make it a point to always have a few people that we are training as we're doing. Because advertising is more than theory. So if I were to put sort of a number to it, and Riz can put a number to it, I'd say the theory in advertising is about 20 to 25% of your talent.
Oh, good a percent.
Yes, and 75% would come, I would say, would come from how you experience and apply that talent. So this is an industry that relies on constantly honing its skills. And the same applies to the talent. So I think we're doing quite well. We're not a very large industry, but we have extremely talented people in the office. What is also endearing is that there is a very large proportion of them, which is Gen Zs. And the transition between the earlier generation, which I came into 15 years back in Kenya, to now has been seamless. And there's some fantastic talent
that is coming up.
Yeah.
And of course, the pool is still big.
Absolutely.
When you look at, the Kenyan market, 15 years ago when you joined the Kenyan market vis-a-vis today, are companies still advertising as they used to?
Yes, I think so. Surprisingly enough, like a lot of people say that the advertising budgets will get cut. I think it's a media thing where, and a certain amount would not go into production in a way that it would. So production houses are impacted. There's a certain amount of television that would probably not happen, or print that would not happen. So certain traditional channels have been hit. Now that is an outlier, but not a marker of how much money is going into advertising. There is still a lot of content creation going in. There is still a lot of influencer that is happening. And by God's grace, we are busy. And a lot of clients, big and small, are constantly pushing their product because of a very good factor is that, Kenya as a market also has a great variety of products now available. So, it's not a supermarket that was dominant. If you yourself go back and see, in 2010, how many supermarkets did you have? Today, how many supermarkets do you have? There is a new one in a new town called a chain, which is there. So do you see, the more the market gets, it gets busy, and the more the advertising becomes more relevant.
Look, for example, the media has traditionally relied on advertising market for its sustenance, whereby you unless you're a national broadcaster whereby you're funded by the state,
Correct.
if you're a commercial entity, 80-90% of your budget comes from advertising. Today, is it wise to open a media house where your sole source of revenue is advertising?
So, I mean, I could pitch this as an idea to the station, but
go ahead.
But I think if you follow publishers and media houses, I mean, the ones that have done well, that have survived the internet era, survived the social era, and are still doing well, is I think what they've done is they've constantly reinvented themselves to be relevant. Without taking names, if you follow them, right from fashion publishers to news publishers to media houses that have turned out the same content, not to be placed in platforms, but to be created for those particular platforms. They are the ones that have been successful. And those media houses are still relevant, and those publishing platforms are still read. They may be browsed, flicked, scrolled up and down, as opposed to thumbed and sort of paused at, or with remote controls. You see, the format has changed, but the cleverer publishers and media houses have really learned to not just say the same story and print it in another channel, but redo the storytelling for that particular platform or channel. That's where the success lies.
And when you look at the Kenyan market, I mean, and then you juxtapose these with the international trends, what is going to shape this industry, in the years ahead of us?
Shape the industry from which perspective?
From where we are now. What is going to drive change?
I think the change is already happening.
It's happening.
It's strange. Is that the beauty about technology and adoption is that you've got to understand is that the software that we use here is exactly the software that is being used anywhere in the best agency in the world. So our media approach, our tools, our people. So I don't think Kenya is behind. I think where Kenya is evolving will be about the bravery of brands. And I think I'm not, all my marketers are my friends, I'm not putting the pressure on them. But you see, we are the seller, they are the buyer. Where there is a willing buyer is where the conversion will happen. So I think brands have to start getting braver, and I'm seeing that. Recently, the conversations we are having with some of our clients, the barrier to accepting braver ideas or different out-of-the-box ideas is sort of the threshold is going down because it's becoming relevant now. Earlier it was a luxury. Oh, let me do the safe thing and I can still sell. Today that safety net is gone because a cosmetic brand, you could have a very big logo on your cosmetic brand, but it could be outsold by like a TikTok influencer with selling her own brand. So you're competing with her. And if you have to compete with her, then you have to fight like her. And that is what is making marketers braver. So yeah, I mean, that change is happening.
It's really going to be dynamic going forward. And we are seeing also a situation whereby we are seeing a lot of brand specialists, also coming into this, into the stage, competing with traditional marketers and advertisers. Are you seeing a situation whereby like the three are going to be collapsed into one?
So advertisers,
brand specialists,
and
marketers. Brand marketers.
Brand marketers. So I'll say this, is that, you see, not to start to hate anyone. So there are brand specialists. So these are consultants, is what you're referring to. I think consultants will have their place. Probably they would be under a little bit more threat because some of the industry knowledge and platform basics are going to be readily available. So, I mean, if you go in today and you write up a few things as a prompt on AI, it can give you a platform. So the platform knowledge is now becoming table stakes. So that's where consultants used to be, is that I have the tools to tell you what is happening, because the implementation of the tools was always third party. So I think that's a big question mark. I think marketers are never going to get threatened. Good marketers are the engine.
You're still going to have them around.
Good marketers are the engine of great advertising. It's the other way around. A lot of agencies feel that they are the engine. I always feel that it is great marketers who are the engine of advertising, because without them, there is no content. So we can only, it's like saying when you go to play a match, you're only as good as your opponent. And for us, the person across the table is a marketer. So we are challenged by them. The more they challenge us, the braver they are, the better the advertising gets. So I don't think the first and the last are going to get irrelevant. The question is going to be on consultants. I think the best consultant will still stay, but it is average advice that's going to die.
You know, as we come to the end of this conversation, Dipesh, I also want to hear from you. In terms of regulation, I mean, when you look at the Kenyan market, it's not highly regulated, you know, as you talk about other segments of the market, like, you know, the financial sector. Do you see any policy formulation or regulatory framework that should come into place to help in the growth of advertising market in Kenya?
I think it's a very fair question. So, you know, in my stay in Kenya, for 2 years, I was also the vice chair for Marketing Society of Kenya. I held that role for a while. I don't think it is for the lack of trying. So I have seen very good people in organizations trying to bring in legislation that makes it a fair playing field for advertisers too. You know, there are small things like pitch fees, plagiarism. You know, those are the kind of things that affect the execution part of advertising. Then there is legislation that helps protect the people who work in the industry. So I think people are trying, but I don't think it has come to a place where both, I think, the film industry, the media, when you talk about it, the execution part, neither the film industry nor advertising have been sort of really benefited from legislations that protect it. So I think a little work there would really help push creation of talent, protection of jobs, and I also think the integrity of the industry and fairness to people who are in that.
Before I let you go, what is your advice to anybody watching this newscast and wondering, how do I get into this space?
Call us. PSU.
Is that simple?
No, I think advertising is...
Do you need like a set of trades, talent, or you just come as you are?
So it's a very, what I love about advertising is that this one part about advertising has never changed. We are an industry of oddballs. We do have specialists who are trained in art or in the design. Writers come from any industry. I have had colleagues who are lawyers, doctors, ex-military, strange, from very different professions. People have come and been great advertising successes in advertising. So I think advertising is an industry that has always welcomed people to learn on the job, and I think it will always remain that way.
Very good. Anything else?
This was a wonderful conversation, right? And if it was longer, we would have had much more fun.
Very good. We'll definitely create more opportunities in the future.
All right.
Your time is highly appreciated.
Thank you, Raj.
Asante sana.
Karibu.
Well, Dipesh Jha is the co-founder of the Partners, and of course he's an advertising executive, very knowledgeable on these issues, and of course joining us tonight to help understand where the market trends are pointing to, you know, what is the future of advertising here in Kenya and beyond. Let's now have a look at international business news, where crude oil prices have sharply reduced in the last 24 hours following reports of progress in diplomatic discussions between the United States and Iran, who are raising expectations that tensions in key Middle East shipping routes could change. Here are the details of these and other stories.
The price of Brent crude fell from $108 per barrel earlier in the day to $73 per barrel. Crude oil prices are still much higher than the $70 per barrel they were hovering around before the start of the US-Israel war with Iran, which has caused production and transportation of oil in the region to slump. Brent crude slipped as investors reacted to signals that negotiations between the United States and Iran could reopen access to critical energy corridors, particularly the Strait of Hormuz, a choke point through which a significant share of global oil supply passes. Analysts say the move reflects how sensitive global energy markets remain to geopolitical developments, with even early-stage diplomatic signals enough to trigger rapid price adjustment. Meanwhile, the European Central Bank is warning that despite progress in banking and sovereign debt integration, the Eurozone continues to struggle with fragmented equity markets that are limiting investment flows and weakening its global competitiveness. Officials say cross-border investment remains far below potential, with structural barriers such as differing regulations and taxation systems still slowing financial unity across member states. The European Central Bank says this fragmentation is now one of the key risks to long-term growth and innovation in the region. And finally, producer prices have continued to fall, signaling persistent deflationary pressure in the world's second-largest economy. Factory gate prices declined again in the latest readings, driven by weak domestic demand and excess industrial capacity across key sectors. Economists say the trend is increasing pressure on policymakers to introduce further stimulus measures, even as China tries to balance short-term growth support with longer-term financial stability concerns. Ndutamo Kami for Prime Edition.
It's so much more than that. So the story is the story of the Bible, and it's taking you from creation or Genesis all the way to Revelation.
Using the latest light detection and 3D laser technology, you can literally interact with the walls.
Suddenly, I'm a little kid again, and I could go and create and paint on the walls.
I just wanted my mom to look me in the eyes and say, "Son, I love you," at the end of the day, and give me kisses on my forehead, on my cheeks, but I never received that.
John Nicholas's mother worked long hours raising 5 children alone. The stress took its toll, and she took her anger out on her kids. When John was just 7 years old, his mother beat him with her high heels. This went on for years. By the time John was 15, his mother kicked him out of the house.
My name is Irene Muigai.
My name is Steve Muigai Kim. We met at campus while we were at Egerton University, Joro.
I just saw a guy and we grew to be very good friends. But
Lakini alikuwa anakatiwa anakuja ananiambia niliachwa.
And he asked me to be the girlfriend.
Dad did not attend their wedding.
Mom, dad ako wapi? Kwani hawajafika? My uncle had to be pulled.
We differed. Ile mbaya ile ya kuachana just because of a key holder. Was it a key holder?
And so I'm very intentional as a mom to help my kids process things.
Who apologizes first after a fight? Oh.
A very good evening to you. My name is Daniel Wahome and welcome to Prime Edition Sport. Kenya joined the rest of the world in celebrating Kids World Athletics Day, marked every 7th of May, where they engage in various sports activities. Kenya is keen to defend its overall title, won last year for the best organization of the Kids Athletics Day.
Over 300 kids from several schools in Nairobi converged at Toi Primary in Kibera to mark the day, which was also celebrating 5 years since World Athletics introduced the program to inspire the young generation of athletes and nurture talents.
The structures that has been put in place by Athletics Kenya, especially during training camps, holiday training camps, has assisted in bringing the interest from the public, especially the communities, the parents, the teachers and the schools. They have seen the results from those events that during the holidays they are trained and bringing a lot of interest, especially when they see other athletes participating and also succeeding and winning other events.
Athletics Kenya has engaged leads throughout the country who are conducting a series of kids athletics activities from today till 30th May before submitting the report to the World Athletics. after which the best country will be unveiled and rewarded with prize money, which will go towards the development of the youth programs.
We hope that in the near future, these are the future talents, and we could actually see the talents here, like in hurdling, we can see the hurdlers, the sprinters, and as we are aware, last year, Kenya won the World Athletics title in kids athletics. So we hope so this year we will also win.
Sports is nurtured from the schools, and which is now supported by Athletes Kenya professionally, so that now we work hand in hand with the Ministry of Education and Athletes Kenya to nurture the talent.
Kenya is keen to defend its overall title it won last year for the best organization of the kids athletics.
The Bunge volleyball team staged a remarkable comeback to defeat the Beast by 3-1 in an exciting Kenya Volleyball Federation Men's League Division 2 second leg clash at the Nyayo National Stadium. After dropping the opening set 17-25, Bunge responded strongly to take control of the match, winning the next 3 sets 25-22, 25-16 and 25-21. The victory keeps Bunge's campaign on track as teams continue battling for crucial points in the league standings. In other fixtures, Kenyatta University delivered a dominant straight sets victory over Kenya Navy. KU cruised to a 3-0 set win with set scores of 25-20, 25-08 and 25-22, showcasing their strength on both attack and defense. Meanwhile, the University of Nairobi men's team secured maximum points without touching a ball after micro spikers failed to show up for their scheduled encounter, handing UN a walkover victory. Simla overpowered Desert Warriors by 3-1 in another match.
Game in Budapest, having traveled some 500 miles away.
And KCB Rugby Club will face Kabras Sugar in the Kenya Cup finals this Saturday at the ASK Showground in Kakamega, with the Bankers eyeing an historic 9th title. The last time the two sides met, they played to a 10-all draw before the match was eventually disrupted by heavy rain. KCB last reached the Kenya Cup final in 2024, where they fell 29-5 to the same opponents, and this year they will be seeking redemption in the final. KCB has been boosted by the return of their 7 stars, including George Oro, Festus Shiasi, Samuel Asati and Vincent Onyala.
It's a challenge to us as players, as the technical bench, to be able to prepare our players as much as we can to be able to get into that finals and to be able to do our best to be able to bring us the cup that we've earned for a very long time.
A final, it's not an ordinary match like the other league game. That's a game of points, and that's where you'll know who stands on pressure. And I believe the boys have trained enough, they have bonded enough, and me joining them in this camp yesterday, they have had quite a good bonding within the team, and that's a plus, and that is a driving force to us as we go for the finals.
And Festus Kipkemoi scored a lone goal to hand APS Bomet an 8th win of the season, beating KCB by a goal to nil in front of their home fans, supported by Interior Cabinet Secretary and club patron Kipchuma Murkomen at the Kiprugut Chuma Stadium in Kericho. Elated by the win, CS Murkomen said that the team has all his backing and they should endeavour to avoid relegation at the end of the season. APS Bomet are 13th on the FKF Premier League table with 34 points, 4 points above the danger zone with 4 matches to go.
We have a very big challenge for infrastructure. As I have said, we don't have a stable home ground because of the pitch. And I'm very happy that His Excellency the President has put aside over 900 million shillings to build a new stadium in Bomet. That will be the home stadium of APS Bomet. I'm also happy that Kapkatet Stadium in this Kericho and this particular stadium, Green Stadium in town, is also being renovated and Kapkatet is being built. I believe that there is a lot of talent in this region. In the past, the focus, I can see there are more, there's a lot of talent in all kinds of sports, including football. We take sports very seriously as one way of integrating with society, but also dealing with mental health challenges. We believe that also through sports, we are going to give more opportunities to Kenyans, and this is also a job opportunity for them, and it's a place where they can further their career. At the same time, they have secured employment for future.
That's the sport for today. More coming your way tomorrow, even as we look into the weekend. My name is Daniel Wahome. Back to you, O'Brien.
Well, thank you very much, Daniel Wahome, for the sports brief. Your time is highly appreciated. At that point, we come to the end of the Prime Edition tonight. Thank you very much indeed for watching the nation's most trusted newscast with me, O'Brien Kimani. We have been coming to you live from Broadcasting House on behalf of the entire production team, from camera people, producers to floor managers. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Changa, mnaleta kotini sababu ya 250,000 only. Kumbuka kurudi chini nilikuta na ngumi ya kifua bugu kai. Nikamuuliza bwana, "Ndiye tunaulizana nini?" Hiyo strike yetu ni mtu ya kukosa goli akapiga mpira mpaka Northwest. Sasa si hivyo ndio ile pondeswa.
Anaona hao watu wengine hao yuko chini, hakuna kitu unaweza waambia yeye.
So they come the guys inside. Walitoa fujo, wakatukanana, halafu vitu zangu za hoteli zikafunjwa. TV yangu ile kubwa ya 2 inches ikafunjwa.
2 inches ni gani?
What do you do when the young girl, the little girl that you raised, becomes a grown woman with her own voice, her own choices, and her own perspective? How do you learn as a mother how to let go? And how do daughters learn how to understand the women who raised them?
I am particularly worried about the kind of friends she makes.
Yeah.
And that is one thing that I do not want to let her just walk out.
She's more concerned about who I am, how I portray myself, how I think, how I speak, all that, instead of what does society think about you.
I want to be someone that you say, what is your problem? Like, if it's that issue, talk to me.
Talk to me. Tell me I had a bad day.
You will have to evolve yourself. As, yes, not your children evolving, but you yourself evolving to be able to cope and adapt.
So for me, it's easier. But the truth is, having to give birth 2 years in a row was a mess for me.
Hello good people, God has been faithful. This morning nimepigiwa simu na wale watu wa Turkana. Nakumbuka mbebe nakuja. Nikapigiwa na ni brother ya baba yake. Akaniambia Dr. Moremi, thank you so much. Mchana ako salama, alipona kabisa. And thank you so much. Akaniambia sasa nataka mnisaidie aende shule. Waambie tutakusaidia. So that's what we do. Tunazidi kubadilisha maisha Kenya nzima. And baby Nakuja is doing well. So thank you so much for your support. Na leo nawarudisha kule Bombolulu. Nakumbuka Elijah alikuwa na kilo kubwa sana. Tukamchukua, tukamleta Nairobi, akafanywa surgery, tukamrudisha pale na tukacelebrate. This is Elijah before and after the surgery. Uko ready for surgery?
I'm ready.
Uko ready? Wazidi kufanya hii kazi ya Mungu. Kome, how was it? Saizi, how's the surgery kwanza?
Kula ilikuwa hata nisingekula sababu nilikuwa na ile nafikiria mambo mingi sana. Sasa nilikuwa na ile panic. Mpaka nilikuwa naona kama nikiingia sitatoka, lakini Mungu ni mkubwa, niliingia tu kuyumba mpaka nikajipata ndani. Lakini nafikiri na shukuru Mungu ni mkubwa, nilifanyiwa. Save Life nawaombea Mungu sana, asindi kuwabariki na muendelee na roho hiyo moja huo. Najua si kawaida, ni Mungu tu. Kupata watu kama nyinyi ni Mungu.
Umeona Elijah, tulienda pale Bombolulu tukacelebrate, na pia neighbors wakafurahia sana. Wakasema tuzidi kufanya kazi ya Mungu. Thank you so much because we can do this on our own. Mungu akubariki na Mungu akuzidishi. Giving is a sacrifice. Giving is a way to worship God. It's the best way to worship God. So God bless you. Tuzidi kufanya kazi ya Mungu pamoja.
Naambia mimi niko na sijui nitasimbini, sijui ndo naitwa ile ya kukula mkoka, sijui mtu akikula na kurusha mashavu. Mimi niko na hiyo kitu. Mtu nasikia anakuambia tangu liponda kula mkoka au wasitema hiyo kitu. Na mtu mwenye anakujua alafu anakuambia hivi. Sasa unashinda mtu utamwambia nini? Okay. Sasa inabidi tu unamnyamazia, sasa utamwambia nini? Unamnyamazia, namwambia tu ni sawa, haina shida. Itafika wakati tu nitatema.
This is a painful story of loss, stigma, and a battle that Joyce never chose.
Kama hivi tayari nadaiwa nyumba, dewa miezi miwili sijalipa. Lakini naimani nitalipa, sijui.
Leo bado tuko Bombolulu. Mwombe tutembea Kenya nzima. Coast region, eastern part. Ni wapi hujaniona? Nikuje. Niite. We will come. My team will be there. Tutembea Kenya nzima. Na leo tuko Bombolulu. Tuko na Joyce. Aligonjeka. Amekosa pesa ya hospitali. Watch this.
Hello good people. Kwa majina yangu naitwa Amos Mbogwa Kahuari. Leo Save Life tuko upande wa Mombasa County. Mahali kunaitwa Bombolulu. Tumekuja kuona mama anaitwa Joyce Bendera. Ako na tumor kubwa sana hapa kwa shavu. Imetokea hadi chini. Akatupigia akatuambia anapitia machungu sana, anapitia uzito. Kwa hivyo leo tumekuja kumtembelea, tusikie hadithi yake, tusikie chenye atasema. Come with me, come with me. Habari mama. Tumetembea sana. Uko salama? Ni mzuri sana.
Our team travels to Mombasa County to witness the silent pain and a heartbreaking story of Joyce Bendera.
Kwa majina mimi naitwa Joyce. Mimi ni mama, niko na watoto wawili vijana. Sasa nimekuwa na hali ngumu, nimekuwa na maisha magumu. Sasa ndio siku moja dadangu akaona watu wa hii shirika la Save Life. Akaona kwa sababu yeye ako na TV. Ndio akaja akanielezea, akanipa hii namba. Sasa yeye kwanza aliwapigia, akaja akanipiga picha, akasukuma hiyo namba, akasukuma hiyo picha huko, ndio baadaye akaja akaniambia basi itabidi hata wewe pia uchukue namba, fanya nini, wapigie uone kama wataweza kuja kusaidia. Sasa mimi nilikuwa naomba Wakenya wenzangu, niko hapa mbele yenu, niko na matatizo. Naomba msaada wenu, mnisaidie. Manake nimehangaika, nimechoka. Hii shida ilianza kitambo na sijawahi kufanikiwa kupata matibabu. Sasa nawaomba, niko chini ya miguu yenu. Nawalilia Wakenya wenzangu, mnisaidie. Naomba msaada wenu, mnisaidie ili mimi nami pia nikaweze kuwa na hali za kawaida kama watu wengine. Mimi pia sikuzaliwa hivi na singependa kuwa hivi. Singependa niishi hivi nilivyo. Nimeteseka muda mrefu. Nimeng'ang'ana. Wengine wananicheka. Wengine wananiita majina. Nimekuwa na hali ngumu. Nimeteseka mimi. Mtu akikuangalia hivyo anakuona kama mtu ameona shetani. Maana unatisha. Wakiwa Kenya nawaomba mnisaidie. Alimefika siwezi, imekuwa ngumu. Nimeshikilia muda mrefu nikidhani tu pengine siku moja nitapata msaada, lakini nimeshindwa. Nawaomba wenzangu mkanisaidie. Na siwezi tena. Naomba tu mwe na roho ya utu, mwe na huruma, mwende mkanihurumie, mkanisaidie. Naomba tu msaada wenu. Mjaponisaidia nikiwa kama watu wengine, hali yangu ikirudia kawaida, hakika Mungu atawabariki. Mungu atawasaidia na Mungu atawabariki zaidi na zaidi. Babangu akashikwa na ugonjwa akakufa. Sasa venye babangu alikufa nikakaa, nikaja nikapata bwana akanioa. Sasa venye niliolewa nilikaa kwa bwana. Huko kwa bwana nikakaa, hii shida ikaanza kunirudia. Sasa huko nilikuwa nimejifungua hao watoto wawili. Hii shida ikanirudia. Sasa venye ilinirudia yule bwana akanikataa na watoto, kabidi nirudi nyumbani kwetu kwa kuzaliwa. Nikarudi nyumbani. Sasa niliporudi nyumbani, mimi nimezaliwa na ndugu zangu 5, ambapo 3 ni wasichana, ikiwa mimi ndio mkubwa kwa wasichana. Alafu na ndugu zangu 3 wavulana. Wabaki na brother zangu mmoja ambaye mpaka sasa ndio yuko. Lakini sasa yeye naye pia maisha yake ni magumu. Manake hana kazi. Pia yeye anahangaika, manake pia na bibi na watoto. Sasa maisha upande wangu ikawa ngumu kulingana na hii hali. Alafu niko na watoto wangu wanataka kwenda shule, wanataka kula, nahitaji matibabu. Sasa nimehangaika huo muda huo. Sikuweza kupata tena pesa za kurudi hospitali kwa sababu gharama hospitali iko juu. Alafu sina huo uwezo wa hiyo pesa. Sasa nimehangaika kutafuta pesa, kutafuta misaada huku kwa watu wakubwa, lakini sijawahi kufanikiwa kupata pesa ya kwenda hospitali. Sasa nimeng'ang'ana, nikahangaika. Hivyo bado nilikuwa natafuta vibarua kwa sababu ya watoto wangu wakule. Tena hapo ning'ang'ane nione vile watakavyoenda shule. Sasa nimeisha kuhangaika kwa sababu hii ugonjwa inauma, hii kitu inauma. Mwanzo sasa wakati wa baridi inapiga, inauma, inadunga miba, inachoma, alafu unasikia kujikuna, unawashwa. Hata ukiniona hivi hii ni alama hii ya moto, nilichoma kwa sababu nilikuwa nawashwa. Sasa ukianza kuwashwa, mwasho hauishi. Sasa huwa nachemsha maji ya moto, maji makali, nawekelea kitambara. Sasa hiyo siku kitambara, sijui maji ilikuwa na moto mwingi zaidi. Sasa kuwekelea hivi nikachomeka, ikawa kidonda. Mimi niko hapa mbele yenu wa Kenya, kama mnavyoniona. Niko mbele yenu na nawaomba msaada. Manake niko na shida. Hii shida hii mimi linaanza kitambo, tangu nilikuwa mdogo nikiwa shule. Sasa wakati huo babangu alikuwa bado yuko hai, akanichukua akanipeleka hospitali. Sasa nilipeleka hospitali ndio madaktari wakaniambia itabidi nifanye operation. Nikafanya operation wakati huo ulikuwa mwaka wa 1993. Nikafanywa operation. Sasa nilipofanywa operation nikakaa hospitali, nikapata nafuu, nikarudi nyumbani. Nikakaa nyumbani baadaye kidogo, kwa sababu walikuwa wamenitoa hii kitu ya kushikilia meno, alafu akaniweka chuma na huku chini. Sasa ile chuma ikaanza kukulai ngozi ya huku chini, ukatoboka. Kwenye kulitoboka nikabidi nirudishwe tena hospitali. Niliporudishwa hospitali wakaenda wakanitoa hiyo chuma, wakanishona. Haya, nikarudi nyumbani, nikarudi shule, nikakaa shule, nikamaliza shuleni.
Mtazamaji, this is one of the most painful stories zenye nishai come across. And one thing about Save a Life, one lesson yenye imeishi kunifurahisha yenye watu wana learn is that anybody can get sick. Juu hakuna kitu mbaya kama stigma in the society. Stigma in the society is very painful. Juu inafanyanga mtu akuwe isolated, mtu anafeel akiwa alone. Na unasikia hata issue ya mama kama huyu kufeel amefika point anataka kujinyonga. This is because of stigma in the society. This is very painful. Juu kitu moja ni kunifurahisha ni kuona wale watu walikuwa wametengwa na jamii. Mtu stigma imemweka to a point that mtu anaenda kuishi kwa forest peke yake. Isolation imemweka to a point that anaenda kuishi na wanyama like he's not a human being kama sisi. But one encouraging factor inakuanga moja. Juu watu wanakuwa wamesema ni uchawi, sijui mtu alifanyiwa nini, ni laana. But through intervention of God na doctors na Save a Life, huyo mtu anaenda anapata tu successful surgery. Take for example ya Mugaka. That man stigma ilikuwa imemlemea. Alikuwa to a point that ameenda kuishi na wanyama. Ameenda kuishi kwa peke yake mahali kwa forest kama mnyama. Imagine. That is how stigma is. Huyu mama amepitia a lot of stigma. Anaongea na you can see the pain in her heart. Watu wa understand, watu hawamuelewi. Kitu kama hiyo kusema mtu ameninile ya Mugoka, that is a very painful thing. Mtu mwenye ni mgonjwa kama yeye kusikia, juu anaendelea kujipea nguvu. And she is very strong. Mom, usiwaika usikia ni kama ati Mungu amekuacha. Ama waika tena usikie umefika mwisho. Juu hii ni kitu yote mtu yote anaweza pitia. Na kitu yenye watu wanasema, usikubali reflect na vitu zenye utafikiria na actions zako. Watoto wako wanakupenda, wanahitaji ukue hapa. Anashukuru sana uliamua kukubali kuishi uhai. Au kuendelea na hiyo kitu ya kujinyonga. Mtazamaji, this is very painful. Na kama wewe unaona hii broadcast saa hii, kama umeguzwa, please let us do something for this woman. Hiyo kidogo yenye uko nayo hapo saa hii, let us sacrifice for her. Toa hiyo shilingi 10, hiyo yenye uko nayo, hiyo kidogo ukimtolea. Mama amesema ana tegemeo lingine, yeye ndo tegemeo peke yake. Watoto wake wanamwangalia juu. Yeye anaendanga kuhawk vitu huko ndo auze. Akuje angalau apate kitu ya kukula yeye na watoto wake. Lakini kuna siku pia inakosa. Please, why don't you sacrifice hiyo kidogo yenye uko nayo? Msaidie. acha tumtoe kwa hii stigma yenye ako nayo saa hii. Imagine kuishi umejifungia mahali. Imagine living a life like that. Utaki kutokea nje watu wasikuone. Imagine that kind of life. And let us learn from these things that we see here. Because we have to understand that this is sickness. Na inaweza pata kila mtu. Don't go out there. Jaribu kuturn mtu down. Kumweka spirit yake ikuwe chini. Let us learn. And let us give what we have.
Joyce lives with constant pain and stigma, going to bed hungry with her children with no one to turn to.
Hiki tunafanya mimi mwenyewe wanajichukia kwa sababu uweze enda mahali ukaenda ukakubalika hivi hata ukaenda kuomba msaada mahali si rahisi kusaidika. Sasa sijui watu wanakuona kama sijui wanakuona aje yani. Watu wanakubagua yani, wanakuona ufai. Hata waweza kuwa pengine huko nyumbani waweza kuwa una msaada unakuja huko watu wanapewa kama ni chakula. Utaenda watu watagawiwa lakini utarudi bila kitu. Na watu wanapewa. Sasa imenifanya nasikia vibaya saa zingine kwa sababu unaona ni kama unajiona yani wewe. Yani watu yani huna thamani yani watu hawakuoni kwa wewe ni mtu. Sasa kusema kweli saa zingine mimi mwenyewe pia najichukia kwa sababu unaona ni kama watu hawakupendi sijui yani mechoka.
Umefanya umetengwa na jamii.
Familia yangu siwezi sema wamenitenga kwa sababu uwezo ndo hakuna uwezo. Sasa kama nitasema wamenitenga pengine nitakuwa nasema vibaya, lakini nikiangalia hivi mahali nimetoka hakuna uwezo kwa sababu gharama ya hii ugonjwa iko juu. Sasa inakuwa ngumu hata mtu kumwambia unaumwa. Mtu si rahisi kukuelewa kuwa unasikia vibaya. Sasa inabidi tu
Kwa mara mingi ni yenye unashindanga peke yako?
Nashinda mimi na watoto wangu kama hawajatoka kama hivi wametoka. Zingine nikitoka nachoka tu naenda nazunguka natafuta vibarua. Nikipata sawa, nikikosa narudi. Nimehangaika, nimeteseka, nimechoka na maisha yangu yamefika mwisho. Sioni mbele, unatugiza mimi. Mtu akiniona hivi kwa mtazamo anaona niko sawa, lakini siko sawa. Niko na matatizo mengi, mbona mnisaidie? Naomba msaada, nimechoka mimi. Mnaweza kunisaidia? Naomba mnisaidie. Kwa Kenya nawaomba nisaidieni. Nimechoka mimi. Maisha kama yananishinda. Nimejaribu hata kujinyonga. Nimejaribu hata kujitoa uhai. Kwa sababu naona zingine naenda nashikanishwa hata na ukuta, siwezi hata nashindwa hata na kupumua. Sababu mambo ni mengi. Shida nyingi. Watoto wangu wameachia shule. Kama kuna kijana wangu mkubwa alikuwa form 2, tawala akaacha kwa sababu sina uwezo wa kumwendeleza. akaacha. Sasa niliona tu afadhali tu nikufe, galau kama nende tu, kama nikupumzika nende pumzike, niachane na haya mateso. Lakini sasa nilishindikana, haikuwa.
Ndio ilikupea nguvu ya kuendelea kupambana.
Kuna maisha magumu, picha wakati mgumu. Naomba tumsaidie jamani, niko chini ya miguu yenu, ninawalilia Wakenya wenzangu, naomba mnisaidie, nisaidieni. Ule atakayeguswa, ule atakayekuwa na moyo wa utu, ule atakayeshikwa na moyo wa huruma, mimi yake nitashukuru. Mungu atawabariki. Sina la kusema.
That is Joyce Bendera. Na Bendera, she's almost giving up. And nikamwambia don't give up. Bendera is like your sister, your mom, your friend. Vaa viatu zake. Hakuna kitu mbaya kama ugonjwa. And today, I know you don't have much. Watu wana pesa, but you can sacrifice your 100 shilling, 200, 300, 500, 1,000, 2,000, 10,000. Ile Mungu amekupea. Because kutoa ni moyo. Sacrifice whatever you have. And giving is not wasting. Giving is planting a seed that will continue to harvest. The Bible says that the hand that giveth is the hand that receiveth. So you're not wasting your resources. And you have seen what we are doing. It is magical transformation. And God has been faithful. And before, by the way, pia ingine nafaa kutolewa. Sijui mbona amekaa hivyo. Nilimwambia rudi Nairobi. So Elijah, if you're following, you need to come back. Tutoe hiyo ingine. This is what you are doing. So God has been faithful na tuzidi kubadilisha maisha pamoja. Leo watch this. Nataka uspare 100 bob, 200, 300, 400, 500, 1,000, whatever God amekupea. Just sacrifice whatever you have. Na hata kama ni ya lunch, ni ya transport, sacrifice. Because sacrifice ni ile kitu unatoa unasikia uchungu. Unajinyima. Jinyime because of Joyce Bendera. And may God bless you as you purpose to support this lady. Giving is from the heart. And giving is the best way to worship. The best way to connect with God. And it is therapeutic. It is serving God. It is amazing. So today, make sure, if you watching this broadcast, make sure you support Joyce Bendera.
All Joyce longs for is a normal life, to be healthy, to work, and to provide even the simplest needs for her children.
Wanaomba mwanzo tu maombi ndio amenishikilia.
Hiyo ndio imekupea nguvu ya kuendelea.
Maombi amenishikilia sana.
Nini unaambianga Mungu?
Mimi nashukuru Mungu. Nashukuru Mungu, tena nashukuru Mungu sana. Sababu ingekuwa si Mungu, mbali nimetoka na mahali nimefika, sijui kama ningekuwa hapa leo. Hivyo na hali zangu zote ngumu, lakini namshukuru Mungu kwa sababu yeye ndiye ameniweka leo. Nashukuru Mungu. Amesimama na mimi, kwa sababu kuna wengine wako na hali hizi lakini hawezi kutoka kwenda kutafuta vibarua. Lakini saa zingine napata nguvu na njikaza. Natafuta kibarua, natafutia chakula watoto wangu. Hata kama si siku zote, lakini kuna siku wanatoka, naenda natafuta, narudi. Kwa hivyo nashukuru Mungu. Nashukuru. Manake kuna wengine wamegandamizwa kabisa, hawawezi hata kutoka, lakini nashukuru Mungu. Semi niko na afadhali, lakini ni Mungu mahali nimefika. Mtoto wangu bado anahitaji kusoma, yule mdogo. Siwezi. Sasa kama nitakuwa vizuri, ningependa mtoto wangu aendelee na masomo. Na nikiwa niko sawa na mimi mwenyewe naweza fanya kazi na nikamwendeleza. Sasa kama hali ni hii siwezi. Kwa sababu sana sana siwezi kujifanyia kazi mimi mwenyewe. Lakini kama nitapata msaada nisaidike, nirudi hali ya kawaida kama watu wengine, mwenyewe nitatafuta kazi, siwezi kosa kazi. Hata nitaongeza biashara yangu pia, nitaipanua na niendeleze watoto wangu vizuri kama watoto wengine, waende shule kama watoto wengine.
Watoto wako ugonjwa umewaletea matatizo gani kwa maisha yao?
Watoto wangu saa ile tukitembea na wao, akiulizwa wewe ni mamako, unaona ni kama mwingine, hata yule mdogo analia kwa sababu vile nilivyo. Sasa ni kama wale watoto wengine wanawachekelea wakiniona, ambao vile mamako yuko vile alivyo. Sasa unaona, lakini nashukuru kwa sababu sijaona wakinitenga, wananikubali tu vile nilivyo.
Wako na wewe?
Wako na mimi. Wananitia tu moyo. Nasema mama, usijali, utapona. Pengine kuna siku moja mtu atakuja tu mama akusaidie na utarudi sawa. Naambia ni sawa tu. Lakini hata watoto wangu wananitia moyo, wananipa nguvu ya kuendelea.